You know, purely for the chaos ticket, I think I'm actually going to start a whole 10 minutes early. You know, nothing can stop me. Nobody can stop me. I can just do that if I want to. You know? You don't know because you haven't tasted true freedom like I'm about to demonstrate. You haven't felt streamer freedom. What's up? God, I gotta shave. Got a little unruly beard here. There we go. Nice shirt, G. Thank you, Canoe. Um, Let me see. Yeah, it worries me. They're definitely going to curb federal regulators. I emailed Vush about it a couple months ago. He never covered it. I'm sorry. I get a lot of emails. You know? I'm trying. There you go. Can we be even a little bit, please? Yeah. Close enough. Close enough. Twitter is attacking another person for being gay for women. Saberspark this time. Link it, link it, link it. Let's see, let's see. Unlikely, Canoe. Wonderful, Dreglerad. That's awesome. I'm happy to hear you were able to get out there and be wacky, you know? I love it when people in my community are wacky. Already got it lined up, Tempest. Plug this, please. Need help for a new video? Oh, that's right, that's right. If you're watching right now and you give even the slightest shit about cultivating the garbage content that I produce, here we go. On the subreddit. In the upcoming stream, Vosh will be recapping all of his core beliefs and various stands of political topics. Basically, a recap on everything that I believe, so that I don't have to point people back to, like, 8-year-old videos to be like, I gave my opinion on a gender-abolished society thingy here, you know? But I need a list of everything to talk about. Otherwise, it's going to be like an 8 million-year video, okay? I'm not going to remember everything I have an opinion on. So this is like everything. You have to give lists of things you want. Yeah, you got to add to that, okay? So politics 104, kind of. That'd be 12 hours long. Yeah, I mean, might, you know. Probably more like 4 to 6, I guess. Got to get in there. Did you see Beckett is expand to manga? What do you mean Beckett? Beckett Collect. What is this? Grade with Beckett today? Collectors? I'm sorry, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. Are they bad? The Supreme Court is about to crush all federal regulation agencies. Oh, so you're saying the Supreme Court is doing like anti-state activism. So this is like an anarchist decision from the Supreme Court then, I take it. I'll take a look at the video. Link for Saberspark. Basically, he has sexy women in his Twitter likes. Who amongst us? Also, the person who posted this is a stock... Okay, wait, hold on. 2D Siggy, how involved are you in this drama specifically? Because if you're over-involved... Nah. Yeah, no, this... Wait, hold on. Damn, this guy's committed. Look at this guy, man. Getting canceled for the babes or whatever. Oh, thank you, Twitter. You know, as always, phenomenal comedic timing. You know, you've really... Thanks, Twitter. Look at this. Look at it's all are there nudes in here? Is it like it looks like it's all like safe for work too. I mean like barely, you know, technically. God damn. Commitment. Oh, I caught a couple nudes. Good thing I pulled away, huh? You know? Good thing I pulled out. I get compliments on that pretty often. You need to watch this? No, I don't. You need to watch this. It has your favorite guy. I don't so hard that I'll just ban you. No, don't tell me I did to watch. What are you talking about? Tell me what it is. Why would I just click a link that thousands of people, you think you're special? Gotta say what it is. So I can then deny you. You know? Phew, sorry, Voss should have checked it. Oops. Nah, it's okay, I figured. God damn, those titties be boinging. You guys can't see them. You know, you're not privy to this information. But they are... This guy's got pretty okay taste. I have seen Coomers with way worse taste than this. You know? Please show Bob. You're all weak. You're never going to do communism with this weakness of yours. Oh, man. We got a lot to do today, I think. Gonna cover Chinese police brutality? Probably not the radical dino. This seems like pretty fucking specific, man. Chinese police beat and murder a member of the Uyghur minority while he was... I have to look into it. Also, this is from a Twitter account called Mossad Commentary, so I'd have to look at it from a different source as well. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. Nice, Hellenic. It's one of the new Jubilee videos with Destiny in it. Is this the tactic from DGG now? It's the spam. Hey, you got to check this. You have to watch this, and it's a Destiny video. Is that the newest tactic? Is that the fucking Battlefield evolved over here? Jesus Christ! New and people. Somebody's gonna be like, you know, hey, you'll be interested in this, and it's just a picture of Destiny's face. I guess that would get me. Like that would be a dub on their part. Because if you click the link, you lose, right? That's how those games work, I think. Yeah, we'll get to that, King Jar Jerk. Go on a Jubilee with the Pope. I think the Pope and I would get along. You know, I think we'd get along. First of all, I'm Polish-Irish, so I have Catholic blood running in my veins. Second of all, we're both Marxists. Third of all, I saw that AI-generated image of the Pope in the drippy, like, full-length puffer coat, and it looked really good. And I think I could, like, make that happen for him. That could be, like, my offer, you know? The sort of like papal services. I would be like, hey, have you considered wearing a 20-pound puffer coat? You know. Dog gets angry at his own hiccups. Thank you. We're reaching in terms of video coverage. We're going to hit like a daily dose of internet level. You know, sort of singularity here, where it's just like reacting to cat videos. I saw this and thought of you. https://twitter.com/theomniliberal. Oh, thank you. That's so kind of you. No, I think we're going to be antagonizing another person who you know is sort of like in that adjacent orbit. I feel we're going in a different direction today. Are we gonna get another fashion power hour? I don't think so. The only thing I had in mind fashion related that was even like remotely like it's mostly just me gushing, you know. So here's a guy, and then here's a guy, and then there's a suit, and then there's a suit. And I was basically just gonna point at this and like soy face for a while. Jesus fucking Christ. God damn. Conor McGregor. So, rotating my shoulders slightly and sending all 6 of my double-breasted jacket's buttons out like bullets, you know, instantly killing 6 people arranged in a sort of rectangular formation in front of me. Compression suit? Yeah, no kidding. Fuck me, this is good. Jesus Christ almighty. Well, he's stuck in that one pose. Yeah, they actually took this photo while the fire department was racing over to cut him out of the suit, you know, with the like the jaws of life, you know. Very good. Yeah, that's all I had in mind. Major fraud from a Portuguese dog. Was the world's oldest dog a fraud? Guinness World Records pauses title as it conducts investigation. Maybe. Well, all that matters is that the dogs are happy, you know? Man, Derek is right. Athletes have so many opportunities to look good, but they don't put any thought into what they wear. in fairness, this isn't just the fault of the athletes. The general like fashion trends over the past 2 decades have been you should wear slim fit everything. If you wear really slim fit clothing, it'll like give the impression of a masculine like triangle, like as your wide shoulders, thin waist. Slim fit will show off your sick muscles. Like like that. That's been like the dominant line. Um, You being friendly to a pedophilic genocidal organization is super weird. I cut ties with DGG years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. Sorry. I was, I was, I wish I had the discipline to not laugh at my own jokes sometimes. Uh, uh, is slim fit and skinny fit two different things the same? No, they're different things. Slim fit is fine. Skinny fit is like very specific, like Fallout Boy era, like the jeans will literally hug every vein of your leg. I think that plenty of things are good in slim fit. Skinny fit, I think, is an abomination. I mean, very specific circumstances, but slim fit's fine, Bosh, that charcoal shirt looks really good. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's that oversized yellow shirt. I liked how oversized it was, but wanted it to be a little less oversized. So I got see, it's still oversized, but it doesn't fit me quite as baggy. I think it looks really nice. I think the fit's really good. Um, you look good in dark colors. Yeah, because I'm like Shadow the Hedgehog. I'm very edgy. Um, oh, last thing, those pants aren't high enough. I agree. Last thing, the quick update to anyone who cares. I complained a little while ago about pain on my feet, and I sort of like fielded that to mass diagnosis. Sort of like a triage of thousands. It has been uncovered, and it's fine now. Definitely a circulation heat issue. I started wearing slippers and socks all the time, and it's been only a few days, and it's fine now. So that's it. Circulation to the extremities can get like reduced by Adderall, so it was probably just like that building up over time in the cold, and now it's fine. So yeah. What would be the best outfit to wear to eat Italian food? Probably something like really heavy and cheap, like workman's clothing that you'd wear in like winter in Northern Europe, so that when you flip the table in disgust, so you don't have to put that slop in your mouth, it doesn't like stain anything expensive. Oh, that's really cute, Canoe. We should probably get to something of substance. We actually have a debate in 2 hours, I think. Your Italian food take is stupid, by the way. At this point, I'm just playing it up. I do think that Italian food is decidedly worse than a lot of other Mediterranean food, though. Okay, wait. Somebody link me this. I should probably like educate myself on it. Hold on. What do you wear when you eat Greek food? You eat Greek food naked, as the Athenian athletes of yonder old times would have. All right, what is this? High Court takes up challenges to federal regulators. Associated Press, voice your videos. Sherman, I understand now. Yeah, this is a little bit apocalyptic. So for a while now, Republicans have... You know how Vivek Ramaswamy has said... Vivek has said that there are 3 branches of government, not 4. The 4th one he's complaining about / referring to is the administrative state. Basically, all of the bureaucratic organizations that can enforce regulations, not laws, that are like the heads of which are appointed in presidential cabinet form. So like the not always, but like it's like they're like under the federal branch, but they have their own power and their own rules. The problem is that like the administrative state, which is what this refers to, the administrative state, is necessary for the functionality of a modern society. To get rid of the administrative state would be to get rid of, I don't know, roads. It's like the infrastructure of the modern world. There are so many hyper-specific technical regulations that go into anything. Imagine, for example, I want you to imagine if Congress had to write and pass legislation on specific guidelines for the exact depth and thickness of concrete holdings for subway construction in areas with like top grade soil of a certain density or below. Do you want your local representatives determining that? Do you want that specific law being managed by whatever like dumb fuck inbreds manage to make their way to Congress? No, no. You want experts doing that. That's why the administrative state is a good thing. They can do bad things, but overall, it's a good thing. Republicans want to get rid of it. That's a huge part of Project 2025. Get rid of the administrative state. The reason they want to get rid of it is because A, it gets rid of regulators. No, I don't want judges to do this either. The point of the previous ruling was that in instances of ambiguity for the wording of any regulation, you would defer to the federal agency so that they could clarify. So by getting rid of that, you're weakening the ability for the administrative state to, in good faith and conscience, like regulate these issues, you know? The point is deferring it to not the judges, but back to the regulators. So getting rid of that will give regulators significantly less power, it seems. And that's bad. It's pretty bad. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. Um, hmm. The decision back in 1984, nice meme, uh, articulated a doctrine now known as Chevron defense. Chevron deference. Chevron deference consists of a two-part test that is deferential to government agencies. First, whether Congress has spoken directly to the precise issue at question, and second, whether the agency's answer is based on a permissible construction of the statute. The decision involved a legal challenge to a change in the U.S. government's interpretation of the word source in the Clean Air Act of 1963. The act did not precisely define what constituted a source of air pollution. The EPA initially defined source to cover essentially any significant change or addition to a plant or factory. In 1981, the EPA changed its definition to mean only an entire plant or factory. This allowed companies to build new projects without going through the EPA's lengthy new review process if they simultaneously modified other parts of their plant to reduce emissions, so the overall change in the plant's emissions were zero. Natural Resources Defense Council, an environmentalist advocacy group, successfully challenged the legality of the EPA's new decision. Chevron is one of the most important decisions in U.S. administrative law. It has been cited in thousands of cases since its issuance in 1984. And 39 years later, in May of 2023, the Supreme Court granted certiorari to reevaluate Chevron, a decision expected in the first half of 2024. Ah, well. So that's neat. Neat. Well, that's cool. The case is being funded by the The Coe brothers? Well, it's just brother now. One of them is dead, but yes. Huh. Well, that's not good. Hmm. Well, we'll see how that goes, I suppose. What else do we have here before we get to the Hasan bit? On the bright side, Vosh will be able to dump all that dioxins he has lying around the Pacific Ocean legally. Yeah, well, obviously I benefit from this because now I'll be able to throw car batteries into the ocean unabated. And I appreciate that, but I'm trying to see past my own material interest here. Essentially, I'm trying to be a class traitor to the used car battery possessor, and sympathize with the rest of you, people who can't afford to throw a new car battery in the ocean every day, to try to look towards your interests as well. How many car batteries do you have? They're all in the ocean right now, countless. Thank you for providing electric eels with power. Yeah. Isn't it fucked up that like 90% of the inside of an electric eel is literally just a battery? Like it's literally just it's like a solid gel, and the job of it is to be a battery, and that is the job of, like, it's not even like there's one organ. It's just like a significant portion of the inside of the body is just the battery, you know? Wait, for real? Yeah. Pretty wild. Look. It's literally just like a battery. Like, it's just a big chunk of meat that does the battery thing, where they store the electrons, you know? I think this is a very simplified... Shocking! Yeah, here we go. Main electric organ, see? Swimming muscles up here, but all this down here, main electric organ, Hunter's electric organ, cellular circuitry. Thousands of excitable cells called electrocytes make up the eel's electric organs. When activated, gated sodium channels in the electrocytes membranes open. An incoming flow of ions then polarizes the eel's skin and creates an electrostatic field in the water around it. The voltage one electric eel can generate is the sum of all the small charges produced by the electrocytes. Weird, right? I mean, it's so, it's just so, video gamey, you know? Like, ah, yeah, here's the monster. Most of its inside is a battery. Okay, like, all right, but it's like, no, that's actually a thing, you know? Well, neat. Not a real eel. They look more like catfish. Like, look at the face. It's a catfish face. Electrocytes, ain't that in Gatorade? Yeah, Gatorade can shock and kill you. Okay. They use that static for detecting stuff too? That makes sense. Club Q shooter facing over 100 years for hate crime charges. Damn, I guess you shouldn't do hate crimes. I guess pretending to be non-binary didn't protect him very much from the hate crime charges. 74 hate crime and weapon charges against Aldrich, about 50 of which are related to alleged hate crimes, according to BBC. Yeah. A nice radical Dana. Matt Walsh seething right now? Yeah. Oh yeah, my beloved editors, whomst I love very much, gave me this link, not knowing that I do indeed despise TikTok. What am I looking at here? TikTok is too much going on. I don't like the fact that it has, like... Because nobody uses TikTok on desktop, so, you know... But if you're using it on desktop, you got stuff over here, you got stuff over here, you know? There's so much stuff going on. So what's going on? What's happening here? 100k likes. Wow. Tinder date was mad she had to split the bill. Shrug emoji.
Tinder date was mad that she had to split the bill.
Got it. What kind of food do you think it is based on the table? This looks like Mediterranean tiles, right? Like some kind of... Oh, Mexican? You think so? Oh, no, yeah, you're right. That makes more sense, yeah. I just see blue and white, and I think, like, all the Greek places that I've been to. Indian. Oh, some people are saying Indian. Okay. Mexican, Indian, Greek? That's like the trifecta, I feel. You know?
What'd you say?
Why are we splitting the bill?
Well, I mean, it's our first date, so I thought we should...
Whenever I see stuff like this, I assume, just by default, with, like... And it would need to be proven to me otherwise, this is always fake and made for engagement. That being said, I'm still going to engage with the... you know, it's made for engagement, so I'm going to engage.
Maybe go half?
I can't believe you made us split the bill.
Yeah, it's fake.
I mean, you ordered an appetizer that I didn't even touch. Why do you think that I should pay for it?
Okay, but you asked me out.
I know, but you ordered something
You
that I
asked
did.
me-
Isn't it fucking wild that there are literally like millions of young men around the world who are going to be pulled into like red pill shit because they watch fake TikToks about how like all women are duplicitous and like horrible or whatever. Like it like incredibly poorly acted rage bait is going to be the hook that reels them in, you know, to a lifetime of graft and sin.
me out.
All right, I'll just take you home and. All right, see ya. Hello. Hello. See ya.
Yeah, okay, right. Yeah, we get it. Has anyone okay, I know there are women who are like this. I just feel like they're highly overrepresented in social media and like rage bait posts because that's the rage that people are trying to look at for bait, you know? You don't see the opposite, right? Because there are guys who will do this. Like there are guys who will be like really petty and sort of like chauvinistic or domineering about the like who pays or how do you split who pays or whatever. But I feel like that doesn't get anywhere near the amount of like insane rage bait that this gets. Like people love to hate women, you know? Like people like any excuse people can find to hate women, they'll go for it. They'll like I have never in my life once been on a date where a woman got mad at me for saying we'd split because so now I don't split the bill because I feel like given my situation it would be kind of mean and dumb for me to. But before the streaming stuff, I would always split the bill. You know? Because like, well, I'm not going to pay the whole thing. What do you think this is, you know? Honestly, you should be paying for the whole thing. You get to be with me. And it was just never an issue. It was never an issue. I never saw a woman get upset about this. Not once, you know? It was presumed. So I don't know. Most women I know wouldn't mind splitting that. No, that's what I mean. I just don't think it's maybe it's like a type of woman thing, you know? Like maybe there's like a type, because I feel like in all my life, I have met and interacted with a very small number of women who meet the tropes and stereotypes that get placed on women by angry guys online, you know? Meanwhile, I've met so many dudes who represent like the worst stereotypes people put towards hating guys, you know what I mean? I don't know. Women with no money. Oh, fuck, wait! This did happen to me once. I do remember now. Way back in my first job. I think I must have just turned 18. Wait, was I 18? She was at least 18. I would have been 18. I had to have been. It was in Los Angeles, and she looked like, I mean, this was more than a decade ago, but you would have to imagine, like, whatever an Instagram girl back then would look like in your head, just like that, you know? Very doll-like, you know, lots of makeup. And she was a coworker. We went on a date, and I thought we were just getting, like, a casual bite to eat. So she was like, oh, meet me here. And I was like, oh, okay. And we ended up going to this fancy French restaurant, and because I was just, and then we both sat down at the waiter brought us to the table, and I was sitting there across the table from her, and I was like, oh man, this place is really fancy, you know? You sure you can afford this? And she was like, it's like, I didn't know this place before we got here. I don't know about the vibes of this place. Do you want to go somewhere else? And I think we went to a Johnny Rockets, which is great because I love Johnny Rockets. You can put like a nickel in the machine and it plays the music. You know. Horrible behavior, but also hilarious. Yeah, I think she was trying to find. She was very opaque, but I think she was trying to find guys to pay for her rent for her, or like she wanted to be a roommate but not have to pay. I don't even know if it was a sexual favors thing. I don't know if it was like that or if it was like she just wanted to like coast by on vibes. I have no idea. But she was super boring, so we didn't really talk after that. That's it. That's the whole time. I'm nearly 30 years old. That's the whole my entire life. That's the one encounter I've had. It didn't like wound me in any way, you know? She wasn't even particularly Oh, of course, Tempest. She wasn't even particularly like weird or mean to me. She was just kind of presumptuous. Is that it? Is that Vosh? It's because you're from Beverly Hills. In fairness, yeah, I literally grew up in Beverly Hills, so I feel like the cut of woman you're going to get there is going to be like not as great, especially when it comes to stuff like this. Vosh in Latin America, most women would get very mad if you told them to split the bill. Okay, here's the thing that I don't understand, okay? All of these red pill trad guys or whatever want women to return with a V to, you know, like, oh, this, that, the other. But that system where you return with a V is one in which women don't pay, you know? Like, you want it both ways or whatever. Like, if you take, like, the Andrew Tate archetype, where it's like, you know, fucking... you know, you have to be the alpha male, Bugatti, you know, women are just like dogs or whatever. You think they're paying? Like, in that system, the women are just like trophy wives. You're earning all the money, you know. I tell you, guys, you know, young men, like 14-year-old insecure boys, want nothing more than all of the upsides of like widespread chauvinism and none of the downsides, you know? Like, if you want to return with a V, if you want like a doll for a wife who never talks back or whatever, then okay, she won't share your interests because her sharing your interests would be like masculinizing and it would be like a way of detracting from your talent in those fields. So you don't really get to talk with her about much except the weather, I guess. You're paying for everything. Like that her job is to stay at home and take care of the kids. So if you don't have any kids yet, then congratulations. You get to like, you know, breed and like just like watch her sit there while you do work, you know, enjoy that. And also you have to pay at the meals, you know, like why would any like prospective housewife deign to pay for her own meal when you're trying to like, you know, put a baby in her? It's stupid. Everyone likes to complain about women. Guys, I gotta tell you guys, okay? Not many people are willing to acknowledge the secret, all right? Did you know that for the most part, women are pretty all right? Men are the fucking problem. And I don't mean this in some broader sociological patriarchy way or whatever. I mean that men are fucking annoying. Men are terrible at reading social cues, and they're abrasive for no reason, and they don't even seem to know it. They're just retarded, you know? Like, if we're talking about who's annoying, women are the ones who are at least, like, women are the ones who are shamed into being quiet growing up, okay? So at the very least, a nice positive to that element of their character and personal fucking, you know, trauma is that they're slightly on average less annoying, you know? Everyone likes to imagine that men's like innately abrasive tendencies are pleasant until you encounter another guy doing it. Every guy likes to think like, oh no, I'm just like the Bart of the group, you know? I'm just like the rough around the edges, you know, loud, hard talking, says it like it is guy. And then you meet another guy like that and it's like, fuck, oh Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. I've been like that. That's what I've been. That's the archetype. That's what it looks like from outside. I'm not saying you can't be a loud, abrasive guy and be cool. I'm just saying a lot of guys don't pull that shit off, you know? Who's being annoying, you know? Like, who? I'll tell you what happens more often than this, at least in my experience, people I've dealt with, people I've talked to, okay? The guy will pay for everything, and then he'll be weird about it. Either he'll think it means he's entitled to pussy, like he gets to bust one for the pay, or he'll like hold it over you with that weird like passive aggressive like, oh, happy to pay for you. Yeah, glad I could get you that meal, you know, and like constantly reminding, like, yeah, if you're gonna pay for the meal, it's fine to pay for the meal, but then don't like be weird about it. You paid for the meal, you know. That shit, I feel like, you know, I've only been so many dates with guys. Yeah, for the most part with guys, I just show up and, you know, but from what I understand, like that happens fairly often with guys. So, and I'm not saying you should use this as an excuse to like, I don't know, hate dudes or whatever. I'm just saying that like the rage bait I feel is very inaccurately directed, you know, it's not going out right. Back when I was dating, I used to do 50-50 because I never wanted the guy to think he was going to get sex because he got my food. Yeah, that's like a common thing. A lot of guys will just straight up do that shit, you know? That is like and by the way, I should say, that's not just a guy being rude. That's a guy being like weirdly rapey. To be fair, in terms of like where you're at and being annoying, like a woman being bitchy about splitting the bill is one thing, but this is like a very non-violent way of being irritating unless something goes really wrong, Whereas, the other direction, many a terrible night has begun with a guy thinking they're entitled to sex because they bought you something. That's, that's like the opening line to plenty of bad stories. Yeah. I think the first date should be split and then taking turns afterwards. Fine. I think that I think that the person who has more disposable income should pay for all of it, or it should be proportional to the amount of disposable income, to the extent that that's not like an annoying math problem, unless whatever is being bought is like meaningful as a gift, Like if I was dating someone who made a lot less than me and they wanted to treat me to a dinner, not like we're going out to dinner, but it's like a specifically like them to me thing or whatever, and they paid, I would think that's like a component of it's, like you wouldn't borrow money from someone to buy a gift for the person you're borrowing from, even if that like makes sense in a distributive sense resource wise. It's also just, kind of contrary to the spirit of the gift giving, I feel. It's kind of, yeah, it's just weird social rules, whatever. So noted, your boy. Come on. Humans are undateable. That's true. But one day, we'll have cat girls, and they'll be I assume will be, Elon Musk will make cat girls, and they'll be easy to deal with, I imagine. Last thing I'll say, fuck it, include this in the segment. Dungeon Meshi. Such a good manga. It's being made into an anime right now by Trigger. Actually so fucking good. It's so good. It's so good and cute. I really like it. Highly recommend looking at it. It's like a cooking manga in like a fantasy system. It's got a female mangaka, which is important because they're just better at this sort of thing. Look at the cute little, all the main characters, if they were different races, like elves or dwarves or whatever. Look how cute the art is. So cute. So cute. Also, look at the actual design of the Oni girl. Boing. That's right. There you go. I've got you guys hooked now, huh? I've got your asses. You're hook, line, and sinker wire head so but she's like 8 feet tall. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's a cute cat girl, dude. Okay, there's my pitch. I've been thinking, because I think, I'm reading it and I'm thinking, wow, this is really good. I know it's doing well because it's getting an anime adaptation, but I still want to tell people. There, I told you, it's in a segment now. You can now see, now you know. Now it's out there. I feel my obligation to spread the word has been fulfilled. What do you think about otherwise feminist women who insist on the guy paying the bill because they asked her out? I really don't think whoever asks the other person out matters, except in some specific contexts. Like if you say, "Can I take you to dinner?" then sure, that language implies you'll be paying. Fine. But if it's like, "Hey, do you want to go out sometime?" That's just like you're both going out. Like I don't think anything about that indicates you're taking like a greater degree of responsibility for the payment, What was the name of that manga? Dungeon Meshi. You'll find it. Have you seen Fury yet? No. It should be assumed platonic at the start. Maybe. If you say to a person, like a coworker or a friend, like, "Hey, do you want to go out for dinner sometime," or whatever. I mean, like, past a point, like, you have to defer to, I guess, your ability to pick up on context clues, but you can be, like, direct as well, Like, if you say, "Hey, I think you're really nice. I'd like to get to know you better, want to go out for dinner sometime?" I think that's pretty, like, obviously an indication that you're interested. But you still want to clarify, right? If ever you have a question, just ask. It's fine, It's okay. It's all good. I want to have fuck with you. Yeah. I was convey that. Vosh, you should go over the interview Keffels did with Christian. I've got to be honest with you. I have less than no interest in covering that. I have a strong interest in avoiding that. But more power to them. that sounds like an invitation for me, so the person who asks pays because they invited me. I would not assume that. But again, it's not relevant to me because I always pay anyway. But if I wasn't, you know, a multi-billionaire from streaming, and I said, hey, do you want to go out for food sometime? I would assume it was going to be split. I have very little interest, I guess, in like maintaining the artifice of, you know, like, well, the guy's asking the girl out or whatever, you know, God almighty. It's very unattractive, you know, in my opinion. God willing, Broody B. God willing. What if you just want to be generous? If you want to, then sure, yeah. I always feel really bad taking any gifts from people or being paid for because I'm stupid. You are stupid. If people give you things, you should take them. It's disrespectful not to. Unless you have a feeling that they're in some way injuring themselves in doing that. Like a person with no money is giving you money because they're desperate for your attention or whatever. Yeah, you should accept gifts that are given. And say thank you. What if I want a person to be generous to me for no reason? Give them a reason. Okay. Ubisoft says the quiet part out loud. What is this? Ubisoft executive says gamers need to get comfortable not owning their games for subscriptions to take off. Pretty bold to say this, as Ubisoft, a game company nobody likes, you know? Like, in an era where more and more and more good video games are being made by dedicated studios with, like, passionate teams and artists, to be, like, one of the studios that is basically, like, the medium definition of slop. And to be like, no, in order for you to continue getting your slop, for you to get more, you know, live service subscription models that have 16 kinds of currency in the game, and incremental RPG like equipment upgrades to like keep you grinding it out season to season, you know, you'll need to know that you don't even own your games anymore. You don't even get to own them. You just get to, like, I don't know, buy the gift of having the downloaded data on your computer, you know? Ubisoft's main crime is being French also. Yeah, it's technically Ubisoft in the French tradition. This is literally you will own nothing and be Carl Schwab. Carl Schwab, I thought you were German, but truly, well, Germany and France are right next to each other. Are you comfortable not owning your video games? Yes, I don't need to buy games in a disc. No, I always, but you can own a video game with it being downloaded. What? Okay, a game being on a disc does not necessarily mean that you own it in the way that is being discussed here, and downloading a game doesn't mean you don't. You can get it DRM free. Like anything you get from GOG would you own those games, you know? Ugh. They know the difference. Industry CEO heads are trying to load the vote. Yeah, by implying that you have to buy a disc in order to own a game, a bunch of people are going to be like, all right, I accept the convenience of an online download, even if it means I don't own it, even though you can own a game while having downloaded it. Fuck these people. It's from IGN.com, yeah, so they're fully in line with that set of interests. Yep. Physical versus digital debate. Yeah, they're not even talking about like DRM free stuff. You can have a game that you download that is yours. Like the data is yours. DRM free. You can play it no matter what. Like there are even online games that are DRM free. If the servers go down, the servers go down. But like, you know, still, Jesus. Yeah, Pops. You can own a disc for a game, but the game can still be designed in a way that basically means you don't own it. What does DRM free mean? If you download a game and it's just sitting there on your desktop, like it's just there, and you have all the files, and that's it. You know, you can share it. It's offline. Like it doesn't have to be offline, but it means like there's nothing that's been done to the files, or there's no encoding system or like internal password management or whatever that prevents it from being usable. Like a DRM free game, okay, a DRM free game. If you buy it, and then the fucking apocalypse happens. The entire company that manufactured the game and the servers that host the online play go down, and you find your computer hard drive 50 years later in the dying outwastes of society as you like stumble towards it as like an 85-year-old man. Your last moment is to press the button, and miraculously the last bits of power in the PC battery that you had powers it on, and you can play that fucking game. You can play that fucking game right there, you know? That's the whole point. That's the goal. It's about owning the data and access to it, Jose Soto. I mean, you don't literally like own the IP of the game, of course. Yeah. It's also more often than not that DRM literally impacts game performance, sometimes a lot. Yep. I've said this before, but there is a lot of optimization that they literally just don't do for modern games. Like, if you go back to the shit they had to pull to make Quake work, back when they were developing the very first 3D games, they were like fucking folding pocket universes into themselves. They were like the computer tricks they had to pull to make that shit work back then, they were wizards. And nowadays, now that everyone has giant beefy computers, they're like, whatever, dude, just like throw all these like unoptimized Unreal Engine like assets, throw them in, whatever. Using an algorithm to cut down on the amount of GPU load that like grass textures use, nah, like why bother, you know, whatever. Just people could just buy more expensive graphics cards, you know, from the companies that we often partner with, you know. There's no malicious incentive there for us to poorly optimize our games so that people will go out and buy more expensive graphics cards, which they'll then have to justify the purchase of by buying top of the line AAA games. Oh, I fucking hate the industry. Guys, just play indie games. Just play indie games. I played Small Saga the other day. You know what it was? It was good. Play indie games. It's totally free of this bullshit, you know? And God bless them, Lopsy. Larian Studios is more of a double A studio than a triple A studio, I feel, but they're punching above their weight, you know? It definitely helps Larian Studios that A, they had a bunch of time to make Baldur's Gate 3, and B, they made Baldur's Gate 3 already before, several times, in the form of Divinity Original Sin and Sin 2. You know, they have found their system, they're working within it, and God bless them for it, you know? Plus the beta, you know, long beta. No, Skynet. No, fully. I agree. Yeah, I do not buy the idea that like there's any reason for games, especially on console, to be like 100 gigabytes to download. I just don't buy that bullshit. I just don't. I really genuinely do think that they are not compressing that data specifically because they want to like press you into like getting additional downloads, whatever. Like there's so many like interconnected monetary incentives where like they fuck you over, so you have to get more things. They fuck you over again. Yeah. I've heard it has to do with poor audio compression. Yeah, but again, keep in mind that like you like you know there have been times where it's been found out that there have been like a collection of like swordswing.wav files in a game, and none of them are compressed, and the total like chunk of that file size is like 20 gigabytes or something for something that could easily be like 20 megabytes without you know, without like compromising the audio quality at all. Like the shit like that happens, you know? It's not, I don't think it's an accident. They do so much shit. I mean, it could be because they're just fucking idiots, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's because they're fucking idiot. I don't know. Sometimes though, it's like a malicious incompetence thing, you know, or whatever. Vote night, listen, okay? I'm not a professional. It can work sometimes, Stackpile. Jesus, 2D Siggy, yeah. They're not idiots. They're overworked and underpaid. Game studios need them unions and stat. Well, I agree. But I don't think it's all overwork and underpaid. I think a lot of it is like they don't care. You know, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. A lot of this is inference. It's because games are so much bigger, much more work involved. I don't buy that though. You have a final game that's been like put together. You see the file size and you think, wait, is there one single gigantic folder that's like half of the goddamn size of this entire game that I could quickly look at and fix in like 2 hours of work? Because compressing data isn't like that difficult to do. Obviously, like getting it the perfect amount of compress so you don't have the issue. Like, yeah, sure, that can take some work. But in terms of like total, like raw, uncompressed data, that's pretty easy to find, identify. It's not like it's a little hidden secret. You see the fucking gigabyte like number at the end of the fucking finished product, you know? I think sometimes they hate you. They're demons and they hate you and they want you to die. I think that's it, partly. It's also possible, and this might be like, I don't know, a little more conspiratorial, that on the top end they have like people whose job it is to make sure they fuck up like that, because their fuck ups are in their monetary interest. Because I mean, you know, again, the larger file size means people want to buy storage, or it means like poor optimization means people's graphics cards fucking catch on fire, so they want to buy better graphics cards, you know. And maybe like they're like, nah, you know, maybe you don't need to compress the files, you know, or like, nah, you know, maybe you don't need a better algorithm for like, you know, clearing out the data on the grass texture or whatever. That's my tinfoil hat. I've got the gigantic tinfoil hat on right now, I believe. Yeah, Alex, it's not, or Alec, it's not like stuff like this doesn't happen elsewise, you know? Wait, is this a fucking joke? City Skyline 2. Wait, there's no way. This has to be a meme. Please, God, tell me this is a meme. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. This game has no laud on teeth on civilians in City Skylines 2. That's so fucking typical of them. Thank you, Paradox. Thank you. Brilliant. Brilliant decision, yet again. Phenomenal. Excellent. This is like the fucking Freddy Fazbear. What does that mean? That means that if you're zoomed out on your gigantic city with 10,000 people in it, all of those little dots of people walking around have perfectly modeled lips and teeth. Millions of polygons that are taking up your computer's rendering and processing power for no reason whatsoever. Yeah, this is like yandere dev shit. Why do they have teeth in the first place? Because they have smiling or like talking animations, but those should only be visible up close. LOD means level of detail. As you zoom out from 3D models, most games that aren't made by fucking chimpanzees have models that are lower resolution that replace them. See how this car down here looks kind of like blocky or whatever? That's probably because as you zoom further out, it turns more and more into like a tiny little rectangle or whatever. Yeah, it's the reason for pop-in. When you get close to stuff, like, have you ever gotten close to a wall or, like, a building in a video game, and it suddenly, like, got more detail or whatever? This is fake, it's purely meme. It can't be fake, it can't be a meme. Somebody in chat, I don't even remember who, told me that it's not a meme. It has to be real. They're certainly talking about it like it's real. The blue blocks on the bottom labeled DDMO HDRP contain an instance draw calls of meshes from like characters, scrubber set GPU duration scale. Da da da. Upvote if you have no idea what you just read. Haha. Bazinga. The teeth are real, but there is lard. So the teeth are just preserved in the lard? Or, well, whatever. This is so off topic, dude. Whatever. I don't know. It had to be real. Somebody online said it. It's true. Paradox has always been a shit company, though. The way they make games like City Skyline is they half make it and then just rely on the modders to finish it, you know? It's like they do that. That's like their fucking motto. It's how they handle shit. Bethesda style. Bethesda does it too, but genuinely, Bethesda does not do it as badly as Paradox does. Paradox like just releases like unfinished games. It's insane. City Skylines is Colossal Order, not Paradox directly. Oh, is that true? Is there like a sub company that manages that? If so, I've always heard people refer to it as a Paradox game. Finnish video. Of course, it's Finnish. Video game studio developer business. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, all my criticisms transfer over, you know. But you know, there you go. Paradox is the publishing. Yeah, but they take like pretty direct heat for a lot of stuff that gets released underneath them. I don't know how much direct control they have. Yeah, no kidding. This is politics a little too close. All right. You're right, though. We shouldn't delay any further. It's time, at long last. Have you heard of someone called Hasan Pecker? Seems some of you have. So, a member of the Houthi militia, the radical Islamist militia group / terrorist group / de facto government of 80% of the population of Yemen, made a thirst bait TikTok, which I assume is going to be shown in the video we're about to look at. And you wouldn't guess this, but he's pretty handsome. He's a handsome guy. No getting around that. You know, got a good, you know, everyone say Yemeni TimHOUTHI Chalamet. It's a good bit, right? It's a good bit. I can't deny that it's a good bit. I'm not here to criticize the bit. Honestly, I'm here because it's such a good bit that I feel like I need to know what's going on. Now, there's been a lot of criticism here sort of following this, in large part because the Houthis aren't uwu small beans. They're a pretty radical political group. The main thing that I've seen following this is I think I saw there was an earlier reel on Instagram that this Houthi soldier posted where he said he called somebody like he called someone like son of a Jew. Oh yeah, here we go. Which sounds like a Borat thing to say, you know? That's like a Borat tier insult. Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? It's like a mix of Borat and like Rolf from Ed, Ed, and Eddie. They're pretty bad. Well, you know, many people have told me about the flag of the Houthis. Yeah, not to get back into it. Yeah, so he self-describes as a soldier and something, son of a Jew. It's very silly, but also bad. So anyway, I wanted to know, is this guy actually an anti-Semite? Almost certainly, yeah. It's almost impossible. Like, yeah, almost certainly, yeah. If you literally are part of the Houthis, like, yeah, almost certainly. But what was the content of this interview? Am I about to steal content? Yes. No, I mean, I'll commentate. I just want to see what went down. You know, I'm pretty curious. Does this mean that Hasan is doing the Israel queer people interviewing Hamas skit, but unironically? Well, to me, this kind of feels like, I don't know, Jimmy Dore whitewashing the Boogaloo Boys, or like CNN having Richard Spencer on, and Richard Spencer's like, no, I'm not racist, you know, I just believe in self-determination for the, like, you know, it's, again, it's the Houthis, right? It's not. I feel like it would be a lot more defensible, actually, for Hasan to have brought on a member of Hamas, because I actually think there's a lot more nuance to what like Hamas sort of like ideologically engages with than there is with the Houthis, you know? At the very least, Hamas has the excuse that they are living in a kind of like concentration camp-like occupation, meaning that there are elements of their radicalism that are the product of extremely direct oppression. Whereas with the Houthis, the distance between them and the populations they're radicalized against, the Jews, you know, it lends a bit more, I don't know, it's a little wackier feeling. You get what I'm talking about, right? To the right, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, but he is Luffy. Ah, gotcha. Oh, I suppose we'll find out.
Quotes pirate who's a TikToker and need help. How the fuck are you going to interview him? I'm going to interview him by having someone who speaks Arabic on. Yeah, I'm talking to him right now. I'm doing journalism, chat. Calm down. Okay? Here, this is the guy. Yeah, TimHOUTHI Chalamet. Brogan is definitely going to find someone. Wait, you are not posting this in the
Vosh, he's a 19-year-old Yemeni, and he said he's not a Houthi. Did he not post a TikTok of him on a boat, like, taking one of the ships that they took? Would that not definitionally make you one of them? Like, I mean, yeah, it feels like he was on a siege ship. Was he just there as a civilian? He literally said he's a soldier. Didn't I just link this? Oh yeah, are you a soldier? Yeah, I mean, yeah, he is, right? I mean, under what other circumstances would you be present on a siege ship, you know? Why are people on Twitter unironically, genuinely believing his words? I don't know. It really, I have seen people on Twitter, some people with hundreds of likes, mind you, saying like he can't be anti-Semitic. He said he's anti-Semitic, which again, like, man, the leftists' willingness to engage in critical analysis really does go out the window when it's a brown person like doing the thing that you should be critical of. He's a 19-year-old man. He had nothing to do with the capture of the boat. He just visited it long after. Okay. Also, he said he doesn't hate Jews. Ah, well, with that in mind. We're getting a lot of Twitter drama links. I haven't even gotten the damn thing. Whoa, a 19-year-old from Yemen doesn't like Jews? Who gives a shit? Well, that's straightforward, I guess. He's probably never met a Jew in his life and almost certainly never will. His only exposure to Jews is from videos. Making this argument in favor of, like, a white nationalist because he lives in Wyoming and will probably never meet a black person. You know? It's like, hey, listen, okay? Motherfucker's, like, all the way up against the Canadian border, okay? It's probably fine. His only exposure to Jews is from videos of IDF soldiers spray painting the Star of David on bombed homes Gaza. Is that maybe an issue? Are we doing the thing now where it genuinely is okay to be a bigot as long as it's from, and not only that, but they're like assuming on his behalf too. Like they're so eager to justify any perceived anti-Semitism on his account that they're making up stories to like construct this, you know, to legitimize it without even knowing. Pretty crazy, man. I don't know. Well, we should watch the video, huh? Rather than just going over the Twitter stuff. The Houthis are despicable, but it's not accurate to say they're the de facto government of Yemen. The Houthis control the majority population centers, including the capital. I mean, they're certainly more influential in Yemen than the Yemeni government, right? Yemeni government? I mean, whatever. That's kind of like an ambiguous, you know, that's like a subjective.
Scored. That's crazy. I was wondering why I got a notification. Thanks, Frogan. You're doing brilliant work back here. Let me just DM him again and say, I am trying to find someone to translate our conversation. What platform is best to talk? So what do you want me to call you? Foda? Is that how I say your name?
No, it's Fuad.
Fuad? Oh, Fuad.
Yeah.
Okay, Fuad. What's our friend's name here? I don't know. Can you ask him?
Rashid. اسمك راشد صح؟
I mean, can you blame a Chinese during World War II for not liking the Japanese? I think there is nuance here. The problem is that, like, we're not just talking about a random person. We're talking about somebody who's being brought on a huge platform to kind of, like, uncritically... I've seen on Twitter, this isn't going to be, like, a critical engagement. Hasan's not going to ask tough questions about the Houthis, you know? This is like a tongue bath. This is idealization. And in a context like that, if I had a Chinese on in like 37 or something, and they were like, yeah, I don't like Japanese people, I'd be like, yeah, okay. And then if they were like, you know, no, I really fucking hate them, I'd be like, okay, yeah, but like sociological, guys, that's the correct term. An American, a Chinese, that's literally the correct term. A Chinese, a Japanese, an American, yeah, that's a Chinese person. Yeah, like you could say an American person. Yeah. Yeah, look, the radical dino is literally Chinese, agreeing with me. Okay, you goddamn... Okay, I will admit that saying, I brought a Chinese on to talk about their experiences in Manchuria, I will agree this sounds old-timey. However, that is not... Okay, let's just move on. God damn it, we're never gonna watch this video.
Rashid. Okay, Rashid, how old are you? Where are you from originally in Yemen?
قد ايه عمرك ومن وين انت في اليمن؟
عمري 19 من
No,
محافظة
the radical dino, you're correct. Video.
He's 19 and he's from Ib Governorate.
Okay, nice. Okay, how is he taking everything? How is he taking in everything so far? Because he's seen the news articles.
يعني شو إحساسك هلا إنه هل شفت التغطية على الأخبار؟ هل قرأت المقالات عنها؟
والله يعني شيء طبيعي يعني ما في أي تأثير يعني أهم شيء إن إحنا نوقف مع القضية الفلسطينية هذا أهم شيء.
He says he's fine and everything is normal and the most important thing is that they stand with Palestine.
Yeah, absolutely.
I do also think the kind of like opening context to this is kind of weird, because it literally is like we're having this Islamic militant group guy on because he's handsome, you know, like that is the reason why. So but it's, you know,
What is the mood in Yemen overall since America started bombing positions in Sana'a and other places?
كيف معنوياتكم في اليمن وكيف الإحساس يعني بالشعب هلا باليمن بعد ما بلشت أمريكا بالقصف؟
والله شيء طبيعي يعني ما في أي خوف ولا أي تأثير يعني أصلا متعودين على هذا من قبل 11 سنة يعني شيء طبيعي ما في أي شيء.
He's saying that it's pretty usual. They've been used to this for 11 years now and
they're fine.
That's crazy. Okay, this is a stupid
what
question.
I said.
Okay, you can preface it with that. Does he know what One Piece is?
أول شيء بقول
Right
لك
off the bat.
هذا السؤال يكون شوي أهبل بس بسألك تعرف شو هو ون بيس؟ عمرك سمعت بون بيس؟
أكيد يعني منذ الطفولة وأنا أشاهد ون بيس لوفي.
Luffy?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
بقول لك حسن إنه
Fuck. Okay, wait. This might be really rough to get through, man. Like right off the bat, like not even Jesus. Okay. All right.
اللي الحوثيين عم بيسووه زي اللي لوفي اللي
You see, he explains, the Jews are like the celestial dragons. Okay, they live on the surface and they're evil. Yes.
اللي بيسويه لوفي.
يعني والله الصدق يعني احنا يعني اهم شيء ان احنا واقفين يعني مع فلسطين يعني ما يهمنا يعني ون بيس او اي شيء يعني احنا يعني السفن احتجزوها عشان القضيه عشان فلسطين بس عشان ايقاف الحرب في فلسطين يعني ليس على اي شيء او غنائم او اي شيء.
He's saying that again, like the only motivation that they have is to their solidarity with Palestine and to stop the attack on Palestine, and it's not for any kind of.
Yeah. Exactly.
I believe him uncritically.
No, I'm saying it's a good thing. I understand. So that's what he's saying, that the reasons as to why there have been any sort of interceptions on vessels is due to the ongoing genocide in Gaza.
I know a lot of people are going to praise Hasan for this because it's a pretty funny get, and I respect the bit, but this is literally like finding any member of Al-Qaeda and going, yeah, you're doing this because you're resisting American oppression, right? And they're like, yeah, we're resisting American oppression. We don't hate anyone. And then he's, you know, like that literally is like the level that we're at presently. Like there's no interest in engaging critically with the narrative. He's just advancing it like in a propagandistic way. This is propaganda, by the way, in like the most brazen to like the most brazen extent imaginable. I feel like this is a very almost like comedically straightforward kind of propagandizing. Fuck me, dude. Okay. Well,
Tell him it's not for loot. I know it's not for loot.
بقول لك هو بيعرف انه ما عم بتوقف السفن عشان تاخذ منهم شيء، بيعرف انه سبب انه حجز السفن.
If he wasn't averaging over 20K viewers, he'd be banned for promoting terrorism. To be clear, by the way, I have no problem at all with bringing on a member of the Houthis or Hamas or whatever else for an interview, you know? I genuinely have no issue with that. I actually think that's like very interesting. I respect that. Which is why I feel like, just based off the tiny portion of this that I've seen so far, this kind of feels like a wasted opportunity. This is just like a haha, look at the funny, handsome, like Houthi man. Look at us, we share memes, One Piece, blah blah. Like it's not really an interview or critical engagement, you know? Softball questioning, right? I guess I'd be more interested in, you know, I mean, if I could talk to him or any Houthi or whatever else, I guess I'd be interested in like really engaging with the extent to which they believe what they're doing is an effort to promote the interests of the Palestinian people or whatever else. I don't know. There's a lot of questions I'd want to ask, you know, but I certainly wouldn't want to just like
عشانكم ضد الإبادة الجماعية اللي عم بتصير بفلسطين.
ايوه صح.
Yeah, he acknowledges that.
I'm at a loss. I mean, I don't know if he can answer this or not, but as far as the Ansar Allah militancy goes, like as far as the standing military goes, like I don't know if he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like actually a part of the groups at all, or just like simply a TikToker. You know what I mean? I don't know how to ask that in the best way possible, though.
Yeah, I feel like we can ask it pretty directly.
Okay.
راشد حسن بدي أسألك أنت يعني منضم لأي من المجموعات، يعني أنت بتعتبر حالك من أنصار الله ولا بتعتبر حالك بس يعني شخصية على التيك توك، ولا يعني بده يعرف شو الرابط بينك وبين أنصار الله؟
طيب يعني بقول لك يعني أنا يمني، يعني كيمني يعني أنا واقف إلى جانب فلسطين.
His answer is a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
What led him to go to one of the ships personally? Like what were some experiences
that wasn't the answer to the okay
he had that caused him to want to go?
حسن بده يعرف شو هو اللي دفعك على زيارة السفن هاي، وشو التجارب
all the people in Hasan's chat. I'm blocking Hasan's chat. All the people in Hasan's chat are just like Chad posting to that. Ah, man, I hate dogmatism so much, dude. I hate dogmatism so fucking much. Right or left or whatever else, I just can't stand it. It leaves like a bad taste in my mouth. You know, I know that I'm dogmatic at times. I'd like to think that for the most part I qualify my shit, but this is like so fucking blatant.
اللي مريت فيها اللي خلتك تهتم بهذا الشيء، وانه يكون جا بالك انه تزور هاي السفن؟
والله انا احب المغامرات، وطبعا هذا كله لاجل فلسطين يعني، وان شاء الله في اشياء بتكون جديدة واشياء مثيرة اكبر.
He says he likes adventures and he is a big supporter of Palestine, and he's looking forward to bigger and more exciting things.
Does this really is that really like the answer he's giving to everything? Like, hey, to what extent are you involved in this? Free Palestine. Hey, why'd you go out to the boat? Free Palestine. Does this not read a little bit like he's been given a line to say a bit? I mean, think about it, okay? He's a 19-year-old who's part of an extremely regimented Islamist militia. They're currently engaged in a civil war. Like, it's not casual times over there. They're not, you know, it's not like, you know, like, oh, wacky, like, fun freedom times or whatever. Shit is austere, okay? They're fighting. So for him to, like, yeah, like, does that not indicate perhaps some degree of like prepping for the interview, or maybe like he's doing it like on his own? But there's definitely something to it, right? You would assume that in any other case, right? If there was like a random Israeli soldier who popped off on TikTok and then started doing interviews, I wouldn't assume they hadn't been briefed by like people above them beforehand, or given some kind of like prompting or direction. I would assume that they had done that. They are a soldier, you know.
One, tell him that this community of mostly Americans raised more than $1 million for Palestinian charities. So he knows that I'm not, you know, some Fed or some
حسن بدي اقول لك انه هو كمان من
Hey,
داعم
now,
الفلسطينيين
brag to
وهاي
him
الجاليه اللي احنا بننتمي
for some
لها في
reason.
امريكا كمان داعمه لفلسطين، وجمعنا اكثر من مليون دولار بال يعني تأييد للشعب الفلسطيني. فبده يتاكد انك ما بتفكر انه هو يعني انه امريكي او
How funny would it be if he was like, why didn't you raise money for the Houthis? That'd be good.
يعني انه ضدك او اي شيء.
والله اقول لها يعني شكرا الله يعني، ويعني كلنا لازم نحن ان شاء الله يعني تنتصر فلسطين ان شاء الله، يعني النصر قريب لها، واحنا يعني واقفين معاهم لاخر لحظه.
واحنا واقفين معك. هذا اللي بده يحكي لك اياه حسن. He's saying that he just wants a victory for Palestine and he acknowledges our solidarity as well.
What is he?
They're not currently engaged in civil war. A peace has been achieved, but it's not known if it'll last. And the kid is not actually a Houthi. So this guy, what is with the weird dick riding? He literally said he's a soldier. What soldier for what? If not the Houthis, what other military is? Are you suggesting that he's like a Yemeni like soldier, like of the government of Yemen? Like where else would he be a soldier to? He had fatigues and gun. Like, is he just like a LARPer? Like, do you think he's like all the Houthi dudes are running around and he's just like in his own equipment walking around for fun? I think he might be LARPing. Why assume that? Like, you know, why there are lots of like Houthi claims a pretty like large number of soldiers. No, he's a TikToker. He's a LARPer. Yes. I don't think the Houthis operate on the level of discipline that you would assume that he's a LARPer as a... I mean, I don't even know why I'm arguing this. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. In terms of, like, what I'm interested in, him being an official member of the Houthis, to whatever extent that can be proven, and him being a guy who LARPs about being in the Houthis, it doesn't really make a difference to me. So... yes, he's supporting the revolution through social media. There's no indication he actually fights with the Houthis, except him saying he's a soldier and posing with, okay, you're just being contrarian. Get out of here. No idea what that guy's on.
Think about the fact that American media in general keeps claiming that the reasons as to why the Yemeni militias are intercepting vessels is for completely oblivious reasons, like belligerent reasons, and not for Palestine.
How is this an interview? There are some Western devils who claim your motivations aren't purely altruistic. What do you have to say to these chauvinist pigs? You're like, what the fuck? Oh my god! This is literally like Kremlin tier journalism, you know? Oh my fucking god.
They don't talk about that at all here. How does he feel about that?
شو رأيك بتغطية الوسائل الإعلام الأمريكية للمواضيع يعني المعلقة بحجز السفن بالبحر الأحمر؟ يعني
Bosh, have you considered learning the first thing about Yemen before talking so confidently about that? What? Why are people in chat getting pissy with me? What have I even done or said yet? What are you even talking about? What are you on about? Good Lord, why is everyone mad at me? Go away, you're annoying. Fuck off. Jesus.
بقول لك انه الوسائل الاعلام الامريكيه يعني بتحكي انه او بتدعي انه اسباب الميليشيات اليمنيه لاحتجاز هاي السفن انه ما لها داعي او ما لها اي رابط بفلسطين. شو رد فعلك لهذا الشيء؟
والله يعني هذا كله بسبب عشان يعني يوقفوا الحرب في غزه، يعني خليهم يعانوا عشان يحسوا في غزه.
بس يعني اللي قصدي اياه انه الوسائل الاعلام في امريكا بتدعي انه يعني الحوثيين عم بيتدخلوا بمرور السفن في البحر الاحمر او عم بيحجز السفن لاسباب غير معلقه بفلسطين. فشو رد فعلك لهذا الشيء؟
والله يعني صراحه يعني هذا هو الصح، يعني انهم وقفوا السفن عشان هذا مؤثر عليهم، يعني لو ما كان مؤثر عليهم ما كانوا نزلوا بالتواصل الاجتماعي وقاموا بضرب اليمن.
He's just reiterating that the cause is to cause disruption to the shipments that Americans have interest in until they stop bombing Gaza, and that if they weren't affected by it then they wouldn't retaliate on Yemen. But like I asked twice about the media and he's just not like...
Okay. What has the response from Yemen been since
well, everyone's affected by international maritime trade, to be sure. What?
The bomb.
If they that Americans have interest in until they stop bombing Gaza and that if they weren't affected by
They mean Israel bombing Gaza.
it, then they wouldn't retaliate on Yemen. But like I asked twice about the media, and he's just not like.
Okay. What has the
Fuck, he is doing the DreamWorks face. Oh shit.
response from Yemen been since the bombing?
Do you mean like what's the response like from the people or from the government or?
What's the response from the people, the government, like both? I mean, is the people separate from the government?
Rashid, عم بسألك حسن أمير.
Here, I'll skip ahead
يعني فرح لأن
of them talking
He's
because
saying that again.
I can't
like,
say
this
anything
is,
about it.
It's nothing new for Yemenis, and actually some Yemenis are like I. This is a weird way to put it, but he was basically saying like they were almost like honored to be like targeted by the U.S. because they're confronting the U.S. head on, like directly.
No, I understand that. I want to ask him questions about Saudi Arabia and UAE, and like, do the people of Yemen recognize like Saudi involvement or UAE involvement in Yemen as it's an extension of American involvement or American proxies, or do they separate that?
حسن بدي أعرف إنه هل أنت يعني امتداد
يعني يعني ما كان حرب
Yeah,
يعني
I should just skip when they're speaking Arabic. 'Cause obviously, that's going to be mostly dead air to us.
ضدهم لكن السعودية عمره يعني.
He's saying that right now there's no like animosity between like to him there's no animosity between Saudis and Yemenis and Emiratis. Like he's saying like he acknowledges
Damn, forgiven that quickly, huh? Yeah, Saudi's did a lot of bad shit down there, but okay.
that there was a war, but right now like he's saying that there's nothing but brotherhood, and he even says that he went to Umrah recently in Saudi Arabia and that he was treated normally. So he himself doesn't. I mean, he doesn't. I guess.
This also makes me wonder if he was prepped or briefed prior to this, because right now the Houthis and Saudi Arabia have undergone a kind of detente, like a period of quiet to try to like level out their relations. But I feel like a regular citizen of Yemen who wasn't prepped on being like good with PR on that would fucking hate Saudi Arabia. Like this kid literally grew up like as a preteen with bombs falling on his country, you know? Like the famine, not even to speak of like the broader effects, but you know, Saudi, like I feel like there is a PR imperative to not rustle the boat with the Saudis, but I feel like the natural response from most Yemeni people would be deep hatred. But that's obviously going to be like a general thing, not like a super specific thing, so I don't really know.
Guess I don't know. He's not like tying the American and Saudi involvement together.
The idea that people feel validated and grateful the U.S. is bombing them is deeply silly and fucked. No, this is Islamic or jihad thing. If you're Islamic Jihad, you're prepared to die. Their flag is literally fuck America. They see America as like the great Satan across the ocean, and for America to personally show up and finally deal with them directly rather than doing it through proxies would be to them like, you know, like, finally, my great enemy at last. Now, unfortunately for them, they have shitty missiles and drones, and we have a fucking aircraft carrier fleet. So in terms of like comeuppances, I don't think the Houthis are going to get much of an opportunity to deal with the great Satan today, tomorrow, or any time in the near future. But yeah, I do understand the belief of a radical that like, yes, at long last, we're duking it out with the real enemy, you know?
Together.
That's interesting. That's good. That's probably why it's like more. Oh, whoa! What has happened to? Does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like I heard they tried. Wasn't it called Cat?
Oh yeah, here or in the words of TimHOUTHI Chalamet, ready to sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. So yeah. I am ready and willing to die for Allah is like the default position that you should assume from these groups. So yeah, a lot of the answers are going to make sense in that context.
قات.
بدي اسالك انه شو صار للطواقم اللي بيشتغلوا ايش عم تعملوا معهم؟
استمتع
على السفن
هذا كلكم.
يعني انت شفت الناس اللي بيشتغلوا على السفن وبسالك انه جربوا القات هم جربوا قات. The vibes are immaculate.
هنا خزن.
He's saying they've all tried qat, including the captain of the ship that he went on. He's saying that the vibes are immaculate.
No way.
They all tried what?
Saying they've all tried qat, including the captain of the ship. He's saying they've all tried qat, including the captain of the ship that he went on. He's saying that the vibes are immaculate.
No.
It's a drug? Cards? It's a drug in the area in Egypt. Do they have their own drugs? It's a plant you can chew on that gets you high and stimulated. Well, why don't we have that shit? What the fuck?
He's saying he wants us to visit.
Oh, dude, I would love to one day. I am afraid of America bombs, though. That's what I'm afraid.
بقول لك انه بده انه يزور السفن بس بيخاف من القصف الامريكي.
لا لا عادي يجي والله، بنخليه يزور السفن كلهن ويعيش حياته يعني كون بيس، يتخيل نفسه انه في ون بيس.
He says if you go visit there, you'll feel like you're in One Piece and you can visit all the boats.
Just such a deeply weird way of engaging with the subject, man. I don't know. I guess it's just it's weird to me. I feel like I often get criticized for taking stuff unseriously, and in fairness, I make a lot of jokes, but like this is kind of like a level beyond that. I feel. I don't know.
It's good. Okay, so what does he think about Americans? Because there's a lot of people in America that also are showing solidarity to the Palestinian people. How does he feel about
chat.
that? Is that
He
shocking
means
to
us.
him?
شو رأيك هي انه بتدعم الشعب
في اجانب يعني واقول لهم
online are foreigners?
كلهم.
Yeah, he says he knows that a lot of the people that are supporting him online are foreigners, and he reciprocates and sends back the love to them.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, we love you too, man. Big time. Yeah.
I love
Does he feel like the war leading up to this last thing that occurred, the last bombing campaign that occurred, does he feel like he lost out on years of his childhood? Like, are there things that he does he know a time? Does he know of a time? Can he remember a time when he wasn't in some kind of war? I guess because this is like relatively new for him. His experiences goes.
Yeah. So راشد عم بسألك حسن إنه هل
والله احنا صدق.
I'm live right now, by the way. Okay, that's a positive way to look at it.
he just says their life is full of adventures.
Okay, that's a positive way to look at it. Tell him there's 25.
See, oh man, I smell prepping. It's prep. Call this man's responses a breakthrough drug to make it so that HIV doesn't get transmitted. Okay, because I'm calling this shit prepped. You know.
5,000 people watching him live right now, by the way. I don't know if he knows that.
بيقول لك في 25,000 واحد عم بيتابع هذا المباشر هلا.
الله اقول لهم كلهم I love you so much، وان شاء الله كلهم يجربوا البلدات ونخزن لهم كلهم على حسابي.
he says he loves all of them and he wishes they could all try qat soon, and he's treating them to it.
Okay, yeah, I can't wait. We're going to Yemen and we're getting qat. Yeah. So what does he watch other than One Piece? Because he watches One Piece. What else? Because he's like a normal 19-year-old, right?
Like,
so ask him.
Okay.
Ask him what other stuff that he watches. Like, does he play video games? Does he like FIFA?
بده يعرف ايش كمان انه شو كمان في برامج بتتابع.
Is it a little like invalidating to do like the normal 19-year-old? I mean, it's not, right? The Houthis, Yemen, civil war, bombs, famine. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's like a framing thing, right? Like, he's just like us. I mean, everybody's just like us. We're all humans, you know, but it's I don't know.
غير One Piece.
Like, he asked a detailed question about the Civil War, and the guy's response was like, it's an adventure every day. I'm remembering that correctly, right? That is what happened. Hasan did have a good question, which was like, how did you feel like growing up in the Civil War with the bombs and the famine and stuff? And he's like, it's been an adventure. It's like, damn, man, I really feel like somebody told you not to badmouth Saudi Arabia because the Houthis don't want to exacerbate any negative relations with Saudi Arabia right now. I really feel like somebody put their hand to your shoulder and said, hey, please don't say anything negative about Saudi Arabia. I don't know, man.
وايش بتلعب العاب، يعني انه بتلعب فيفا او اي شيء، انه شو بتحب تحضر او تلعب؟
والله الصدق يعني كنت يعني زمان قبل 5 سنين كنت اشاهد مسلسلات تركية، افلام امريكيه، لكن يعني الان ما اشاهد ولا اي شيء، لا العاب ولا يعني حتى ون بيس كملتها. يعني انا احب الانمي، يعني بشكل عام انا كنت اشاهد مسلسلات اطفال كثير يعني، بس الان بطلتها.
Is this from today? Oh, this is from today. They talk in the media and say Al-Houthi is a terrorist. It's translated. But they do not say Israel is the mother of terrorism. But I will deliver all my messages except to the West and the East, so they know that Al-Houthi is Yemeni and is on the side of Palestine until victory. The meaning of Houthi is a title and is not something to fear, but the Jews, they are very afraid of this title. Well, I'm sure it's the translation. I'm sure it's the translation. I'm sure it's the translation.
هلا يعني ما بتتابع شيء هلا.
لا هلا يعني ما يعني خلاص يعني انشغلت مع فضاء يعني.
And American TV shows and he also used to love anime a lot, but he says that he's been very busy recently, so he hasn't been watching.
Really? Has he?
Yeah,
What's
what does
been
he watch
going on
Turkish?
recently?
Muhteşem Yüzyıl. What does he watch in Turkish?
بسألك إذا كنت تحضر محمد ونور. That one, but I watched that one. مش من زمان يعني قبل 10 سنين.
لا ما شفت وصلت.
No, he hasn't watched that one, but I watched that one.
No, you watch that one? Yeah, Ertuğrul.
Wait, that one is Harim Sultan. Sorry, not Nur al-Muhannad.
Harim Sultan. Okay.
Yeah, that's what
know.
we call Arabic.
Kurtlar Vadisi. No, he's not watching Kurtlar Vadisi. Okay, so he doesn't have time to watch stuff now, but what did he watch when he was younger? What is he like?
بقول لك لما كنت صغير.
Nice. SpongeBob.
Yeah. Tom and Jerry, SpongeBob, Smurfs.
Nice. Okay, so you watch SpongeBob and whatnot. Does he go to school? How does that work? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But whatever. She of high school. All right.
He says he's done with school.
He's done with school?
Yeah, he's 19.
So what does he want to do? What are his aspirations other than go on adventures?
شو عندك طموح أو أحلام؟
That's a fair question.
بدك تحققها. ولا شيء ما بدك تعمل.
يوم عيشه بيومه ما افكر
Long-term goals.
This guy's like,
بعده.
He's saying that he just lives every day as it comes. He doesn't really have any long-term goals.
That's very sad. That's the kind of stuff you tend to hear from people from war-torn areas because they grow up where like every day is a struggle. So for them, it's literally like get the calories, get the water, clean the water. You know, the long-term plans are the privilege of people who know they're going to live a long life. He's also 19. I think that most 19-year-olds, if asked by an interviewer what their what their plans are for their life, would have something to say other than just taking it day by day. You know, I know that 19-year-olds tend to be a little bit like wishy-washy with life plans, but this is beyond that. You know, like they'd have something to say.
this guy's a himbo, bro. Oh my god.
That's not what that word means. He just grew up in a war zone. That's not what that word means. A himbo is like a bimbo, but a guy. He's not dumb for not having any long-term plans. That's the implication. When you call a person a himbo, it usually means they're kind of like dumb, or kind of like clumsy or something like that. This is
Oh, okay. Wait, is this appropriate? I don't know if this is appropriate or not. Is he Shia or he's Shia? I assume, right?
بسألك إذا أنت شيعي أو سني. آسف على السؤال.
Is that no?
يمن صدق يعني انا ما لا شيعي ولا سني يمني مسلم يعني نفس دينكم انا نفسكم.
حبيت جوابك صراحة السؤال ما له داعي. He says that he's not Shi'i or Sunni. He's just a Yemeni Muslim.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
wow. That's a very convenient answer for not rustling feathers in certain groups. Fuck. I if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure the Houthis actually do have not non-denominational, but the Houthis have a decent amount of like, it's a relatively big tent for some groups because the Houthis have desperately tried to like bring as many people into the fold as possible. But I think, yeah, they're like dominant Shia, I think. Like that, like I think they're like de facto Shia, but they're not, you know, they're not like Iran tier fucking like hate, you know, whatever. The Houthis are Arab nationalists. Yeah. There's an ideological trend present there that isn't just religious dogmatism and sectarianism. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like he's very media trained, surprisingly. But okay. What else? I mean, I have so many. I don't know what. I'll ask him stuff from the chat if there's any questions in the chat.
Yeah, sure.
But there's Palestinians in the chat saying the Palestinians love him.
Oh, I fucking missed that. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I feel like he's very media trained. Surprising.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yes. You don't accidentally get media training as like a random 19-year-old in Yemen. You know, he definitely got briefed. Even Hasan agrees. Yeah, he definitely got briefed by like a superior officer or somebody with like influence or jurisdiction around him.
But okay. What else? I mean, I have so many. I don't know what. I'll ask him stuff from the chat if there's any questions in the chat.
Yeah, sure.
But there's Palestinians in the chat saying the Palestinians love him and thank him for everything that they're doing.
بقول لك حسن انه في فلسطينيين
والله كل
بالتركية.
عن تركيا.
He wants to visit Istanbul.
Nice, one day. Inshallah. Okay, so ask him what made him record the video. Yeah, I mean, he already said it though. He already responded to it. Ask him if he knows Western women are comparing him to a very famous actor. Oh yeah, does he know who TimHOUThi Chalamet is?
بيسألوه كثير في الغرب عم بيقال
هذاك أمريكي.
Yemeni. That's it.
اختلاف.
he says that he's American and I'm Yemeni. That's it. That's his
Okay.
response.
All right. Fair.
He doesn't know who he is.
No, it's America.
ببالك يعني مش بس الشعب الأمريكي.
أنا ما فكرت.
I like that. Okay. Does he have
He's saying he doesn't think about America.
I like that. Okay. Does he have any questions for me or for Americans in general? If there's anything that he wants to know as well, like we can, you know.
حسن بسألك إذا أنت عندك أي أسئلة له أو إذا عندك أي أسئلة للشعب الأمريكي.
والله الصدق يعني في أمريكيين يعني كثير يعني فاجئوني إنهم مسلمين. والله الصدق يعني I love you لهم يعني والله إني حبيتهم يعني الشعب الفلسطيني تصل قريب والأسئلة يعني خارج نطاق التغطية ما في. I love you so much وإن شاء الله لنا لقاء آخر.
He's saying that he doesn't have any further questions, but he was surprised to see how many Muslims there are in America and in general how many supporters there are for Palestine, and he sends all his love to his supporters and the people in the chat.
Oh, that's a good question. Ask him what he thinks about the fact that in America, some of the like leading groups that are pro-Palestine are led by Jewish people who are anti-Israel. How does he feel about that?
بده يعرف حسن شو رأيك بأوعات بأمريكا لفلسطين هذا الشيء.
معه.
Does he pray 5 times a day? No, you don't want me to ask him about religion?
I feel like that's just not like interesting. I don't know. I mean,
5 times a day.
Anyone that supports Palestine, we're with.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can ask that. Does he pray 5 times a day? No, you don't want me to ask him about religion?
I feel like that's just...
I don't know why you would ever ask that to a person in an Islamist militia. I feel like you're just like trying to get people in trouble. We missed the answer. No, the answer hasn't been given yet.
It's not like interesting. He's saying anyone that supports Palestine.
Oh, it did. Okay, sorry. I did skip past it. Sorry. I must have fat fingered that.
We're with.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can ask that. Does he pray 5 times a day? No, you don't want me to ask him about religion?
That's not a surprising answer. Yeah, like he'll support anyone. Like he's not. It would be insane for him to go after all the like measured answers that he's given. Like, no, even pro-Palestine Jews are bad. Whatever. Vosh skipping around like me during fashion autism. I mean, I don't think there's much benefit to us just listening to like Arabic. I don't think most people watching speak that. So
I feel like that's just not like interesting. I don't know. I mean, I can ask him if you want.
No. It's fine. You're right. I mean, I don't know. I don't do any of that stuff. So
I don't either. I'm not gonna ask.
I know. I'm just wondering like what dudes in Yemen are doing. Are they going to Jummah prayer or are they not? You know what I mean? Are they pulling up? Well, I have a question about what is it that there are so many Yemeni music videos. We've watched it. We're big fans of the Yemeni music videos. You can tell them that. And there are so many of them that we watch on the stream. Like, what's up with Yemen? Are they like a specifically musical people? What's going on?
بقول لك حسن انه كثير هلا صار في.
He's referring to like, I guess it's like a Yemeni culture thing, but there's a lot of videos of Houthi dudes like dancing and stomping on the Israeli flag and shouting like, "We will kill all America and Jew," or whatever. Like that kind of shit. There's a lot of that.
شعبية للموسيقى اليمنية وللأغاني اليمنية وللفيديوهات اللي بتطلع من اليمن. بسألك يعني إنه هل الموسيقى شيء يعني الموسيقى اليمنية يعني أنتوا كثير بتحبوا الموسيقى في اليمن
أغاني يمنية
بيحكي يخزن يعني بياخذ
يعني
that means قات. That's what he's doing. He's saying that like that yeah they love music and dancing and that he wants everyone.
Do you think Hasan is coming off very much like he wants this guy to like him a bit too much? I think Hasan wants his audience to think that this guy likes Hasan a lot. Like they're literally treating him like a pop idol or whatever. That's the whole bit. Like he's on here. This would literally be like getting a random like IDF soldier on because they're hot, like the IDF e-girls. Many such cases. Don't fall for their wiles. They're temptresses. They're mermaids. It'll drag you down into the sea, specifically in the Mediterranean. You know, like bringing someone on because they're hot, and then it turns out this person's media trained because there's no way the people around him don't know that he's gotten this attention or whatever. Also, I don't want to like over speculate here because I don't know enough I don't know enough about like the situation in Yemen. I don't want to sound like I'm kind of orientalizing the situation over there, but I'm gonna take a guess that if you have a large social media account and you live in Yemen, in Houthi-controlled territory, I feel like there are a lot of wrong things you could say. I feel like there are a lot of things you could say on social media, especially once you get a big audience or are talking to somebody as large as Hasan, where you could get yourself in deep shit, like really deep shit, like really, really, really deep shit if you, you know, yeah. So I like, obviously this guy would probably long before even talking to Hasan, but this guy would probably seek out permission for what he's doing from people in power around him. Like basically, like, because what I'm imagining is that like the smartest thing to do would be to go like to any local jurisdiction, whether that be legal or military with the Houthis, whatever else, and to say, hey, this is my reach, this is what I'm doing, this is what I'm talking about. Do you have any direction for me? Is there anything you want me to not do? Like, just so I know what the rules are. And my guess is that that might have informed his behavior here. Of course, this is just a guess, but that seems likely to me, you know? Yeah. Yemen's in a bit of a wacky place, so this is speculative. Yeah, of course it is. I can't know. I will never know. But that's my feeling on the matter, I guess. But they want to treat him like a pop idol. You know, chat. You can see Hasan's chat's been acting that way. So like, the critical engagement or critical interviewing here would come across as Hasan being mean to like a member of the oppressed peoples of the world currently being shelled by America. Like the framing that people would take with that would be like rich Hollywood man picks on and tears apart the arguments of this poor non-English speaking you know, like oppressed person fighting for freedom, that kind of stuff. Like that would be the narrative. And I know that because people have applied that narrative to me for even being critical of the Houthis. So it's not surprising to me Hasan really doesn't want to look like he's being challenging. It's all softball pitches. Could you argue then he shouldn't have done the interview? I think that if you were going to get a member of the Houthi militia on, it would be a good idea to not bring them on purely on account of their appearance, because that kind of like, it introduces a lot of other factors for people's expectations. I don't think there's anything wrong with bringing on a Houthi. I think it could be very interesting. You know, I love that kind of journalism. You know, some of the best and most respected journalists in the world have been the kinds of people who will go to like the Congo or like the Donbass or whatever, gone to like really rough areas and talk to people who in a lot of cases are kind of evil. You can find a lot of like old wartime footage of journalists going and talking to like the really interesting shit is when the journalist manages to talk to the enemy. Like they'll talk to like an African warlord or like a fucking, or yeah, Dylan interviewed a right sector guy, but I mean like the direct enemy, like the kind of like people who the journalists interviewing the kind of people who could, if they disliked you, literally just fucking shoot you, like right there, like that environment, you know? Like cartel shit, yeah, where like the journalist knows going in there that if they wanted to, or like if they wanted to, the person they're interviewing could just like kill them, you know? And making it out of that alive. That's like the bravest shit in the world. Now, I'm not expecting Hasan to go down to Yemen and do that, of course. I'm just saying I have a lot of respect for the format. So I guess that's why I don't know, missed opportunities. This is really similar to what Lord Miles did with the Taliban. Yeah, well, Lord Miles has his own issues, to be sure, but if nothing else, I respect the balls. Here's a photographer who does stuff like this. The armed teenagers of Yemen. Oh, yeah, Vice. Yeah, Vice has a history with doing stuff like this.
The road we truck was...
So this is like them and child soldiers in Yemen going out over like photos that they've taken. That makes sense. Yeah. Ooh, you know what would have been a really tough question? Asking TimHOUThi Chalamet, when did you join the Houthis? He's 19, right? The Houthis have child soldiers. That'd be an interesting one. I don't know if he'd answer, honestly. I mean, it'd be impossible to know.
to with him and dance and listen to music, I guess.
What does he have to say to dumbasses that consider him to be a terrorist? What is he?
Nice framing. Really good interviewing right there, you know? Not like, do you consider what you do terrorism? But like, okay, yeah. No, I mean, you can, it's an interesting question, just like no interest in like engagement. No interest in getting an interesting answer, I guess. Like, you could get an interesting one, but instead it's just going to be like, no, we're not.
What does he think about that? Ask that question. I just banned one of those stupid in the chat just now.
بيقول لك شو رأيك بالمتخلفين اللي بيحكوا عنك إرهابي؟
منهم.
He says, who are they?
Dumbasses.
He's like,
that's it, really? That's the nature of the dynamic. That's the whole thing. The whole Houthi civil war, Yemen, that's the whole thing. Just dumbasses say they're terrorists. That's the nature of, okay, yeah. It's an interview that Aiden Ross would give.
dismissing them.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Nice. Okay. Respect. What else do I want to ask? So, like, has he ever had like Western food?
بسألك حسن إذا عمرك جربت أكل أجنبي؟
جربت
همبرجر؟
لا ما جربتش أكل مصري بس. إيش الأكل الأجنبي يعني؟ هو أكل زي أكلنا يعني.
همبرجر؟
يعني بالإنجليزي أكل
إنه يعني إنه أكلات يعني ما بعرف زي الأشياء اللي بياكلوها بأمريكا.
يعني أكيد في عندنا أكلات زي الأكلات حقهم يعني فيها أكلات يعني كلها مواد غذاء يعني كلها نعمة من الله.
بس يعني إيش إنه يعني إيش يعني إيش بتاكلوا عادة يعني أكلات.
Make the Orientalism stop. I mean, in fairness, I am also curious if the Houthi guys had a hamburger. I'm not above this one, you know. It's just like in the broader context.
أجنبية إذا عندكم.
أكلات أجنبية والله الصدق يعني أنا ما قد يعني زرت الأجانب عشان أكل من أكلهم لكن الأجانب يأكلون نفس الأكل أتوقع يعني ومدري الله أعلم.
He's not really like answering any specific like foods. He's just saying like yeah. I mean he's just saying it's the same food that he eats is the same food that we eat.
Okay.
That's interesting. I don't know why he wouldn't give. Fuck, man. Is there like a gun pointed at... Is that why his face is so close to the camera? Because if he pulled back a little bit, you would see the cold steel pressed against his temple? I don't know. Like, think about it. This guy he's a 19-year-old. He's hot. He goes on social media and he can click translate post and he can see there are literally thousands of women, Western or otherwise, thirsting over him. Like, I don't give a fuck what culture you're from. This guy, like, should be high on attention right now. But instead, he is dialing back every answer. He is being as moderate and quiet and reserved as possible. He has 100% been prepped on this. Nobody would act this way in this situation unless he's been prepped. He had 19-year-old guy. There's no fucking way, dude. It makes me feel bad for him, you know? Like, this guy getting a bunch of attention on social media does not mean he's, like, immune to the power structures of his region. Far from it. The opposite of it, actually, you know? "100% there's someone in the room with him right now." I think there's a decent possibility of that. I mean, I don't know, of course. But I just mean, like, in my mind, the odds of him... I hope this attention doesn't cause trouble for him. I don't have any reason to believe, by the way, that this guy is, like, uniquely bad. Is he an anti-Semite? Probably. He grew up in Houthi-controlled Yemen. It'd be pretty difficult for him to avoid those trends. The difference between me and other people is that I can say, like, yeah, that's bad. We can critically analyze that, but we can engage with it in a kind of, like, you know, like sociological, like material influence way. We don't have to act like that means he's, like, immediately, like, discounted from all consideration. It just means it's something we have to keep in mind. You know, sure, I don't have any reason to believe he's, like, super evil or whatever. I mean, maybe he's a really cool kid, you know? I saw your post on Twitter, Yandrius. Thank you. It's a very nice shirt. Yeah. Whatever you say, Vosh. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Whatever I say. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I agree. Do you think there will be blowback towards Hasan? Maybe from some people, but I have a feeling that the people who go after Hasan for this are more likely to be like, well, DGG probably, but a lot of like SOCDEM type things who are more like opposed to the positive framing of the Houthis than they are to the like generally bad conduct of the interview. I feel, if that makes sense. I'm going to get blowback for like criticizing him on this. In fact, I already have, so whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Again, not only do I not really have an issue with bringing like a Houthi on for an interview, but I don't even have an issue with like a generally positive framing of the Houthis. I think that would be difficult to defend. I think you'd have to do a lot of like work laying the foundation for that take. But if you arrived at that after like a good interview or a critical, you know, like if you built your way to that position, I think that's something you could justify. But not this, not like, hey, some dumbasses say you're terrorists. Who? Oh yeah, dumbasses. You know, just stuff like that. Anyway, I'm kind of repeating myself, but let's finish the interview. I still think it's a pretty good bit, you know, but you know, it's got to be careful with stuff like this, you know. How do you figure that? How do you figure what?
Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
بسألك إذا في KFC باليمن.
اول مره اسمع فيها.
عمرك سمعت بكنتاكي؟
ايوه في عندنا كنتاكي 2 مطعم.
He says they have 2.
Oh, they do have.
No shit. Yo! KFC Yemen is a motherfucking Instagram. Let's go. Fuck, that looks good. I could go for some KFC right now. Yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go. I love that. That's so good. American cultural victory. Yeah, no kidding. While your family is dying because of American Saudi sanctions and bombs, you're enjoying a nice big bucket of fucking plantation, you know, Kentucky plantation owner fried chicken, you know, hell yeah. Their shitty wraps are kind of good in a way. This is like the most disgusting shit they've ever made, but it was also the best. They're like Cheeto crusted chicken wrap, the sandwich where they had like Cheeto dust as the breading for the chicken was so fucking good. The Cheeto dust did so good, like crackling in the heat, you know? Those were, oh fuck. It reminds me of how the very best item at Taco Bell is the Dorito taco shells, where the taco shells are like made with Dorito dust, basically. So fucking good. Holy shit, they're so good. I hope this is all halal. All right. We're being real goofy. Plus, in 15 minutes, we got a debate. Whoa!
KFC in Yemen?
I wonder if it's like, I feel like it's off-brand.
Oh yeah, it's gotta be, right? Like, what the
wait, do you figure there's a way to frame the Houthis positively without that being beyond reason? Yeah, no, there are definitely like perspectives that you could take. Now, these aren't ones I agree with, mind you. I'm just saying you could build your way to these arguments that sort of like arrive at conclusions that are kind of campused in nature, but well structured. Essentially, the argument that like the negative elements of the Houthis are an inevitable consequence of material conditions which were produced by the West and Saudi Arabia, and our sanctions and the starvation and the bombs which we have allowed and permitted and enabled have like massively advanced these like negative like political trends, and that what the Houthis are doing right now may be like bad in like a relativist sense, but also like if you take a look at what they're doing like relative to the other dynamics and forces in the region, if they're fighting back against like the Yemeni government or fucking Saudi Arabia, like that's what I mean. Like it wouldn't be like Houthis good like smiley face. It would be like if you wanted to engage with those positions, which again I'm not convinced of, but if you wanted to, I think there's material there to work with. I'm contrasting that compared to what Hasan is doing. Like I'm trying to juxtapose that set of things from this, you know?
That's crazy. Okay, that's sick. That's wild. They have KFC in Yemen. There you go. What does he do for a day-to-day in Yemen? Like, tell him to walk us through a day, like a normal day in his life. Does he have a girlfriend? What does his parents think about this? Like, I got a bunch of questions like that.
عنده كثير أسئلة لك، بس رح أحاول إنه يعني أسألنا إنه كي وإيش رأي أهلك
في حياتي الصدق.
Any girls he doesn't DM.
ولا راسلت بنت ولا كلمت بنت ولا أي شيء.
He's saying that he doesn't talk to any girls, he doesn't DM any girls, he's not talking to any girls at all.
Sure.
like, oh, okay, ماشي.
Okay.
That's his only risk. Yep. Dude, man, the media training. The only thing he thought of there was he wanted to reaffirm that a good like chaste Houthi Muslim would never be tempted by like, I don't know, fucking haram shit or whatever. Like this is literally, it's like a reaffirmation of religious discipline. Like this has nothing to do with what he actually believes or says. He just wanted to like reaffirm, hey everyone, just to be clear, you know, yeah. I feel bad for this guy. I do too. He fucking grows. It's Yemen. I feel bad for people in Yemen too.
شو بسألك كمان انه ايش كانت ردة فعل اهلك للفيديو اللي انتشر عنك؟
الله يعني طبيعي شيء هذا عندنا شيء طبيعي يعني.
Yeah, he says there like his parents' reaction was normal. Like there is no big reaction.
His parents are just chilling. Why are they? They're so chill.
Detailed question about your personal life. In response, I do not engage in sinful acts with women, and my parents are normal. Okay, thank you. We deliver a thank you to the man in the room with the gun pointed at you.
About everything is chill. Everything is chill. Apparently, there's nothing is like we're overreacting. It seems like.
Yeah, this is why Jeremy Scales said out of all of his travels, the people of Yemen are the chillest people he's ever met. Like the.
Well, I mean, it's like he said. So it's
the khat. Oh,
yeah.
That.
Yeah.
Okay, respect. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is normal when it's like that. I want to ask him about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
شو بتسموا السكاكين اللي بتحملوها بالفيديوز؟
جنبيها اسمها باليمن. جنبيها ايوه جنبيها.
بدي اسالك عنهم يعني هل انه شو اهميتهم عندكم؟
والله هذيك يعني اهميتها هذيك عندنا اذا طلعت ما بترجع الا في دم.
He says if one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh. Okay, my bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool though. Does he watch TikTok?
That's cool though. Wow, he studied the blade. Yeah, it's almost like he's a jihadist militant. You know, it makes you wonder if there are any cultural differences between like you know like a guy in America and a jihadi militant. Man, the energy in this interview is crazy.
Or YouTube?
هل يعني بتشاهد اي حدا او بتتابع اي حدا؟
لا اذا
but if it's like
تابعها.
He's saying he doesn't really have time to do any of that, but if it's like important stuff, then he'll watch it. But
so what does he do?
Important stuff like what? Like Al Jazeera? Like what's he watching?
Like يعني
هذا الايام تضيع وقت.
What he's spending his time.
فلسطين.
He's saying nothing is more important than Palestine right now, so that's like what he's spending his time.
Oh my God!
He just graduated high school, chatters. What does he think about China? Does he know anything about China?
شو رأيك بالصين؟
صدق انا ما الصين يعني في مسلمين اكيد في كل مكان في مسلمين وفي معاهم يغني.
Chinese people, but one of the captains.
والله عجبها الجو.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did qat with them, and he danced to music with them, and he was vibing. So
the captain of the ship you took? All right, well, whatever.
He likes him, yeah.
Multiculturalism.
So, I mean, what? That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captain?
Bro, that's so crazy. You did piracy and seized a ship and redirected it to your controlled port and captured the crew and you danced with the captain? That's...
like, I don't understand. So America's like blowing them up while they're just like doing and chilling with the captains. Like, how does he...
Yep. That's what... Yep. Ah, man. Ooh. Yep. That's the nature of the situation, man. Dude, bro, the Houthis are just straight chilling. Mad chillin', yo, with the you know, I'm sure the prisoners that they've taken are just like totally vibing right now, super chill, just dancing.
You feel about that? Isn't that crazy? Like, I don't know how to describe it.
That's so, dude, bro, that's so crazy. You realize that like Hasan is essentially describing a situation where like, bro, the police are busting in on this hostage situation. Like, what, bro? Like, they took the hostage. The hostage says they're fine. You know, they're like profusely sweating and shivering and are like quaking with fear and their face has gone flush white. But, you know, like they say they're fine when asked directly by the people holding a gun to them. Well, bro, why are police like... This is, this is like genuinely insane. Like, it's actually fucking insane. I feel like you could convince Hasan of basically any... Dude, I wish the Houthi guy would just say some, like, objectively anti-Semitic shit, because I want to see how much Hasan would play off as a joke. You know what I mean? Like, he would say something like, yeah, you know, we look to defeat the Jews, and then Hasan would be like, oh, okay, but defeat the Jews, he means defeat Israel, you know? And the interviewer's like, no, he said Jews. Like, there's a word for Israel. He said Jews, though. And later the guy would be like, yeah, you know, I think, like, Jews are a pox upon the world. And he's like, oh, okay, you mean, like, Western influence or whatever. Genuinely, I wonder how far Hasan would go to, like, to do that.
Yeah.
He seems just normal, but it's not normal to have your ship blown up, you know?
بيقول يعني انه شو رايك انه انتوا قاعدين انه مع يعني بتسولفوا مع القبطان وبتخزنوا معه وبترقصوا معه طول الوقت.
يعني خلاص نكسبهم يعني خلاص يكرهوا امريكا يكرهوا الحكومه الامريكيه.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships and they like win them over with their charm and they make them hate America and the US government.
Is that so? Man, this is... I know I'm joking, but, like, this is pretty fucking monstrous. You guys know that, right? I know Hasan's about to, like, laugh and go, dude, whoa, that's crazy. Let me wait for him to do that.
That's so funny.
There we go, yeah. Thank you, Hasan. Now, continuing. Like... We're literally talking about random civilians whose ships have been boarded at gunpoint, and they have been brought in as prisoners to an Islamic militia. And we're literally like just like, oh yeah, dude, no, they love it here, haha, smile. And that's just landing, you know? Yeah, I'm sure the Houthis are very charming to the people they take captive.
Okay, that doesn't probably take much to be fair. What does he plan on doing?
Yeah. It's America bad.
Once Palestine is free, you know what I mean?
لما انه بعد ما فلسطين تتحرر شو بتحب تعمل بوقتك؟
والله يعني
that once Palestine is free then he can rest and he would like to visit Palestine and he would like Palestinians to visit Yemen as well.
Me too, brother. Me too. Ask him his thoughts on Sean King. Okay, chatters. So stupid. Wait, what the smile at that? Does he know who that is? Oh my god.
عمرك سمعت بشون كينج؟ واحد اسمه شون كينج.
لا.
Oh my god. that was okay, Jesus Christ. Does he know who Donald Trump is?
تعرف مين ترامب اكيد.
Oh my god. والله هذا ترامب لا تدخلوا السالفه.
Yeah, doesn't with him obviously.
Tell him to teach us not a bad word in Yemen, but like how to say like you. Like in Turkey we have this, right? What do they have that in Yemen as well? Like something like that that's unique.
Okay.
Do they do the middle finger? Does he know that?
Well, I mean in Arabs انه في شيء باليمن.
هذه هم كيف عندنا وكيف
He's getting حركة بده يشوفها.
Wait, is the same word in Arab in Turkey?
Yeah. عم بسألك إذا عم بقول لك إذا تعبت تقدر تترك إمتى ما بدك يعني ما تحس إنك لازم تضلك موجود.
طيب عادي إذا باقي عنده أسئلة يعني يوم يمنية.
If you want anything from him, if you want him to answer any questions later or teach you any moves or anything, you can reach out to him on another day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Tell him if you
look at his eyes. He looked at his handler or whatever to call for specific questions to see if it's okay to answer.
We're just vibing, dude.
No.
Okay. Do they
clearly
just
the dream?
Is the all? I don't know. What,
عادي إذا باقي عنده
I'm just
أسئلة
like
يعني
skipping
يوم
through the
ثاني إن شاء الله
timestamps.
بجاوب على أسئلته كلها.
This is the international language that everybody understands. Cursing time.
This بيعملوا هيك.
There's the other person in the room.
There he is. Oh, do they do this? This?
بتعملوا هيك.
Do you know what that is?
أيوة عندنا هذا وعندكم.
Yeah, he says they have that too. He says they also have this one by the way.
Oh, they do this too? Okay. Do they do this? Like that? Like that? Like the
I mean, he clearly recognizes it. So
yeah, like the you gotta lick it and then do it like that. That's how you do it in Turkey.
Yeah. This is crazy.
What do you mean? I'm just
Could be Echo. Echo just for that part? Maybe.
chilling. We're just understanding.
Whatever.
إن شاء الله بعد يومين إن شاء الله بحط.
فينا وتتصور معها. ممتاز.
أيوة باخذ.
Parallel that you could use, like example you can use to be like, this is like, does he know who Mr. Beast is?
Okay, I'm ending. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Man, dude, there are like, I'll let a lot go for the bit, but pretending that hostages taken by an Islamist militia after an act of piracy are fine because like, haha, we like charmed them, bro. Like, yeah, they're fine. Like, man, yeah, Jesus fuck, dude. Yeah. It really is crazy how little Hasan is willing to do. Like you could all probably tell because only some of you are autistic, but Hasan was very uncomfortable during a lot of those answers. The vibes were really off that interview. And a lot of that was because Hasan's better nature was pulling him there to be a bit more critical of some of those answers. But he knew that this was just supposed to be a light, like softball, like no critical engagement kind of, you know, we have the hot Houthi guy on. So he just bit his tongue and didn't engage with it. He was so uncomfortable for some of those, some of the fake laughs that he gave. Or at least he seemed that way. I mean, I'm not psychic. Like it's so spineless. To an extent, like there are always going to be elements of being a public figure or a performer where you're going to do stuff that you aren't like 100% on board with because it's like really good content. Like it's always a sliding scale to some extent, you know. And ideally, obviously, you maintain integrity and you like try to maintain like a very good standard for truthfulness and like the presentation of stuff or whatever. To an extent, every joke is a deviation from like a perfectly factual delivery of any issue, you know. Even a joke well-intentioned and well-phrased could like mislead someone. But obviously, we can't all communicate like robots. There's going to be leeway there. But like, man, that was so far off the fucking beaten track, dude. I don't know. That's crazy. Hasan is very critical of Western media doing interviews just like this. To be clear, like, I have never seen Western media do an interview this bad. I'm sure there are examples where that's happened, but like Hasan, like if you could imagine a CNN person or whatever, or any YouTuber doing an interview on this caliber with one of the like IDF TikTok e-girls, it would be like, so not only would Hasan criticize it ruthlessly, so would the entire internet. Every single fucking person online would like descend upon that interview. Like that person would have to delete their channel. It would be fucking over, you know, it'd be fucking over for that channel. The hate they would get for that would be like unbelievable. But I know that Hasan's like the main thing that frustrates me is that the main blowback Hasan's going to get from this are going to be from social democrats, the pussies, and from DGG, when he deserves to be getting blowback from everybody. Like that's the thing that bothers me. I don't like the idea that the blowback he's getting is going to be some like partisan thing where it's like, oh, people who already have a beef with the left are going after him for it. Like this is just an unambiguously morally bad thing. Yeah, whatever. We have a debate in 2 minutes. I don't know. Whatever. Are you still charitable to Hasan now after this? Why everyone asks me this anytime I say anything about Hasan? Like it's like how anytime I say anything remotely charitable to Destiny on his subreddit, people post like the bridge is back, bro. It's reaching out. And then I say something negative the next day, and then they're like, Vosh fucking destroyed the bridge again. That duplicitous fuck. Like what? Like, are you charitable to Hasan? All I fucking do to Hasan is criticize him, man. I don't know what you want from me. Like I'm you know friendship believers eating good. Yeah, exactly. Is the person you're debating reasonable or psychotic? You can never tell, right? What's the topic? The Houthis. Old Vosh would have ripped into Hasan for that shit. I know you're probably joking, but it's like actually very annoying. People did this with Shu as well. I did that like hour-and-a-half teardown of Shu, and afterwards people were still like, you would have been 5% meaner in the old day. I don't even know what you're on about. Honestly, I don't. I don't. You know what old Vosh would have done? Cardiac arrest. I'm svelte now, okay? It's the new world. It's the new 35-inch waist world, okay? And we're living in it. Discord noise.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hey. Glad you can hear me.
Yeah, your mic actually sounds pretty good. Much better than the mic quality I usually have to deal with. So, what do you want people to call you? What are your pronouns? And why are you here?
So people can call me James. My pronouns are he, him. And I'm here just because I'm a pretty big fan of yours, and I just want you to always be right. And so whenever I hear an opinion of yours that I don't agree with, I always love debating it around with my friends. And I thought that I could talk to you about your opinion on the Yemen bombing.
Yeah, please. I think just a couple hours ago we did some again. So, you know, still a fresh topic.
Oh, yeah. The Wikipedia page is always updating. So anyway, I emailed you with my position, and I just want to double check to see if your position has changed on this at all. Basically, in my email, I said that from what I gathered from your videos, you seem to think that the only way to actually stop, I'll just call it their piracy, is to bomb the Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen. And I think that the best way to stop it would be doing the ceasefire in Gaza with Israel. And that was my original comment to you. And I thought that we could kind of just like go into a conversation from there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there are probably a few ways you could solve basically any issue. But with regards to the Houthi situation, the issue is that I don't really have any respect or patience for the interruption of maritime trade. I think that's a very destructive thing to do. It would be like if there was like a bad thing happening in one place, and then in another separate place, some guys robbed a bank, and they were like, yo, we'll stop robbing the bank if the other bad thing stops happening, you know? There's police brutality going on in Brooklyn, you know? We'll stop the bank robbing as soon as the police brutality stops. And like, you could stop the police brutality. In fact, you should. But I think you should also probably just directly stop the bank robbers. You know, I wouldn't take them at their word, and I don't really think that they get to do another bad thing because of the pre-existing bad thing.
Right. Yeah. And I've heard you say those like positions that you hold in some of your other videos on this subject. My main contention would be that I don't think that stopping the piracy is as simple as like shooting a bank robber. And I actually think that causing a ceasefire in Gaza with Israel would be simpler than solving police brutality. I would be open to the discussion that, like, if we're taking the ceasefire position off the table, then what are we going to do? And I think that opens up a much more complicated discussion of potential solutions with the Yemenis bombing, or the Houthi bombing, or the whatever you want to call it. But I don't think, like, I think that we can do both, right? As you've said yourself. I think that we should be suing for peace, and I do have reason to believe that the Houthis would stop doing piracy if Israel created a ceasefire. And I think we could kind of talk about that because, like, I'm kind of curious on your position why you think that they wouldn't stop doing that. Is it just because you think they're kind of like more of a ragtag group of just troublemakers? Just
well, I think they're disingenuous, to be sure. You know, I don't think that they're, I think their rhetoric, you know, from what I've seen from their leadership and the messaging they've given has kind of reaffirmed that. The fact that they initially said they were just stopping like Israeli traffic, and then they were like, well, no, actually we're going after all of it, gave me the impression that they were just sort of being opportunists. But even then, even if I knew like, even if I knew like divinely somehow, that the Houthis would stop if we did the ceasefire and it would work, I would still advocate for bombing them, I think.
Okay, that's fair. And I guess the only reasons that I think that they would probably stop is I don't even really disagree with you that they're being disingenuous and they're just being opportunistic. But I think that like how just appalling Israel and the United States is acting is causing this giant opportunity for enemies of both Israel and the US to kind of act up and like get applauded by the rest of the world. Like even by people like Kyle Kalinske and Hasan, like they're applauding. Like I think I watched Hasan's interview with the Houthi rebel, and I was kind of shocked that he like got a Houthi soldier on his stream and was interviewing him.
Yeah, we just went over that. I have to say I'm having some pretty negative feelings towards Hasan for that particular discussion. not much critical engagement going on there, I feel, with the subjects at hand.
That was something. But I do think that, like, even if I just feel like if we took away that opportunity, these attacks would stop, because the attacks started because of the opportunity that we provided them. And like, I guess technically they did stop attacking ships during like that 6-day ceasefire in November. You know, that's kind of like ambiguous. Like, maybe they just didn't shoot any ships that day, but that does kind of seem to be in line. And I also just think that, like, even if they are being disingenuous, it is putting real pressure on United States and Israel. Like, you can say that you don't like it because it's targeting maritime trade, which I think is fine to say, and that's like a different discussion, but that's also kind of against, that kind of doesn't really have anything to do with them being disingenuous, right?
Well, I think that there are a couple of assumptions here. I don't actually think much pressure is being put on the America and Israel. Pressure is being put on the world, which is why China and Russia didn't block the UN resolution to denounce the Houthis' blockade right before Operation Market Guardian really kicked into fourth gear. I think I think the only thing the Houthis have really done is kind of unify the world against them. It just doesn't seem like that, because the average person on social media doesn't really understand or care about the underlying market forces that dictate global trade. They see them as, like, you know, I guess, like, people doing whatever they can for Palestinians. And I don't think that's accurate, but even if that was accurate, it wouldn't really change the nature of the antagonism here. Israel's trade through the Mediterranean is unabated. They can still get what they need from Europe. You know, they're not, like, really hit by this. I just think that, like, the normalization of the idea that any regional cause should be able to engage in piracy because they take issue with something negative or morally wrong going on. I mean, there are a lot of bad ways that could play out, right? There are so many regional powers or governments that probably would argue, wait, well, this is also fucked up, so we're also going to draw attention to it with the, you know, with some indiscriminate piracy. It's a very bad thing to normalize. So my argument with the bombing has less to do with actually stopping it and more to do with deterring that behavior in the future. Punishment, essentially.
Okay, that definitely makes sense, and I'm glad that I kind of I'm glad that you kind of clarified that, because something that you did say multiple times in, like, your recent videos is that, like, why does the bombing stop the piracy? And you basically say, because I think, like, turning a pirate into red mist stops a pirate. And I think, like, we can both agree it's a little bit more complicated than that. But it does make sense that it's just like, this is a deterrent to stop pirates from the future, or, like, countries from, I wouldn't even say in countries, right? Because I think that it's, like, giving the Houthis too much credit to call them a country. It's more of just, like, militant groups from doing piracy in the future.
Yeah, they do governmental work as well. They're kind of like the de facto government of most of Yemen, it feels, in terms of what they actually, like, do in you know, outcome sense. But yeah, it's mostly about broader deterrence. You just don't want to normalize those kinds of bad behaviors when it comes to piracy. So it's like a triple threat, basically, because I don't think what they're doing helps Palestinians. I don't think it puts much pressure on the West, at least not any more so than it does the rest of the world. And also it normalizes, like, unimaginably harmful behavior. I do agree with you, though. I don't know how effective Prosperity Guardian's actually going to be, because the Houthis are pretty used to getting bombed. We have better bombs, but I also don't think the United States is willing to engage in the kind of mass-scale, indiscriminate bombing that would be necessary to really outdo the Saudis on that point. We have better targeting. Maybe it's possible that we take out, like, very specific targets, warehouses and airfields. We do damage where we need to, but I don't know if that'll actually end up happening.
And that is something that I kind of wanted to talk with you more about too. Like, where do you see the bombs coming from? But before we get there, I did have a question for you, because you've said before, like, they're disingenuous because they're not actually targeting ships that are going only to and from Israel. I've looked up their attacks. I think they've, like, taken over one ship that was owned by an Israeli and then like yesterday they fired a missile at a ship that was going to Israel, and the missile like hit it, but it still made it to Israel. So like I think we can kind of agree they're just kind of indiscriminately attacking ships that are going throughout the Red Sea. But I do wonder, like, what if they actually only targeted ships going to and from Israel? Because I feel like your position is basically like, oh, well, this is targeting maritime trade and that's bad. And I can agree with you, like, Israel's not being really affected by it. I think the hardest hit country right now is Egypt, from just the research that I've done on this. But I do think that it changes the conversation a bit to say, like, oh, this one ragtag group of militias. I mean, okay, we can say the Houthis are more than a ragtag group of militias, but this like pseudo-governmental group is just single-handedly putting an embargo on trading with a country that's causing a genocide. And I think that that does get into like a bit of a different moral area. I think that you can still say that that's causing a bad precedent to be set. But in this situation, I think that it could actually like change the way we talk about the Houthis.
I think it would make a significant difference. I don't know if it would make enough of a difference that I wouldn't still advocate for the bombing. Even targeted blockages in maritime trade are a deterrent to maritime trade. It's the threat of violence that causes the ships to go around the, southern Cape of Africa, or for them to increase their like insurance costs, which makes it harder to, ship grain or whatever else. And that would continue to be the case even if they were just going after Israeli ships. It would be better though. It might make me more inclined to believe they weren't acting in bad faith with their intentions, that they weren't being just like opportunists. And if I didn't think they were being opportunists, I also might believe that they were more interested in diplomacy. Like they might be more interested in like fair engagement. As it stands now, though like all that died the moment they said they were targeting Israeli ships, and then they were like, well, no, actually, we're going after all of them. As soon as they did that, it became pretty clear that like they can't be taken at their word, which, like, why expect them to, right? There's an Islamist jihadist militia. There are plenty of like decent militia groups, and very few of them are religiously oriented to that extent. It tends to lead to pretty bad outcomes. Gives me a negative impression of their trustworthiness.
True. The thing is though, like, I don't think that the bombing actually has done anything. And I feel like my like theory on Joe Biden like sending ships out and not just defending guys but like striking targets in Yemen is that he's trying to show the shipping companies like, don't worry guys, I've got it taken care of. We've destroyed their munitions depots. You can send trade through the Red Sea, and then he can keep prices down in the 2020 election year. But I don't think that's actually going to do anything. And like, I know that the other countries have also agreed with that, but the bombing hasn't actually stopped rocket fire coming from Yemen. And it's not like the Houthis have weapon factories in the areas that they control. Like, they're getting weapons sent to them from Iran. So we can't actually fully ever get rid of their military capabilities unless we do like a literal ground invasion and then maybe even a pseudo war with Iran to stop them from funding like the proxy war in Yemen against Saudi Arabia.
Well, I wouldn't argue in favor of invading Iran or anything like that. I think there are things we could do potentially to deter them. I mean, if you kill enough commanders, for example, or disrupt supply lines, at the very least, you can make it clear this isn't like a worthwhile pursuit for them. There are also diplomatic avenues that you could take with Saudi Arabia. Like Saudi Arabia wasn't willing to publicly sign on with Operation Prosperity Guardian, in large part because they've been trying to work some, Middle Eastern riz with the Houthis. So, there are like a range of interests that could be pulled on. We've always been pussies when it comes to Saudi involvement, but it's, I guess, theoretically possible that we do something good there. I don't really know how much damage we would have to do for this to be declared a success. I don't know what that looks like. I'm interested in finding out. As far as I'm concerned, they deserve the bombing. What they've done has brought it upon them. So, given that nobody seems to know whether or not it's going to lead to good outcomes, we kind of have to just try it out and see. it's expensive to keep up the bombings. You know, our missiles aren't cheap, but in terms of like broader costs of occupation, this is pretty minor. We could probably keep this going for a while. Shell them occasionally when they get rowdy. You know, sort of operate as a de facto bodyguard to people moving through that area of the Red Sea. It could probably do a lot at the very least to stabilize things. Of course, I agree that if making Israel do a fucking ceasefire was something that I could compel the U.S. government to do, they should. But whether or not they do commit to that, you know, got to deal with this.
Yeah, I think that's like the obvious answer. And like, if I could have my way, obviously, like make them do ceasefire and then see if the Houthis actually just stop acting up. Like they say that they're doing this because of Israel. They want the moral high ground. So it would stand to reason that like even if they're just trying to get regional clout, they might stop doing it, especially like if we keep up the bombing of them. And like again, I'm not even like super opposed to the bombing. I just don't think it is the best course of action. Like if we're taking the ceasefire off the table, I do think that bombing Yemen actually sends us further away from a diplomatic solution to their piracy efforts. And I think that diplomatic solution is the best way. Like Biden in 2021, I read something where he was saying we're going to renew our efforts in causing like peace in Yemen between Houthis and Saudi Arabia. UN's been influential in getting them to do a ceasefire between the Houthis and the Saudi Arabian coalition.
Yeah, we took Yemen off of we took the Houthis off of our like global terrorist watch list as well, which means that they would have been further legitimized and given more exemptions when it, or like given fewer blocks with regards to trade. And they kind of, I don't know, they kind of fucked that up a little bit. it's pretty unfortunate. I wish they hadn't done what they had done. I can't really see any outcome to this that's purely diplomatic that doesn't at least insinuate that you can just do piracy as long as you have a good moral cause to push, which every nation on earth does. And then it, like, you know, if we do this in the opposite direction, right, where you allow that for them, but then another country down the line, they do piracy and they get fucking, you know, nuked or whatever. And it's like, oh, hey, well, wow, what about this crisis, you know? Like, fuck, what about what's going on in Myanmar, the Congo, or, you know, Eritrea? There are so many places where this could just pan out poorly. And it seems like it's really the Houthis, my personal guess, and some people have fronted this as well, I don't know if it's true, but my guess is that there are members in the Houthi militia who think that the organization is going soft. A lot of these guys are lunatic religious zealots, and they're essentially making deals with and getting along with the Saudis, who are in a lot of ways both a religious and geopolitical enemy, who subjected them to incredible violence. So as a way of re-upping their cred, they're like, okay, well, sure, well, we're still, you know, we're still all about jihad, you know, we'll show you something real crazy. In an environment like that, how much can diplomacy even help?
I mean, do you think that it's just like young men itching for a fight, essentially? They see that Israel is doing this bad thing and they're like, okay, we can do something. Let's just say it's for the Palestinians and then just go out. We want to do action. And we're not going to fight against Saudi Arabia because that's actually going to like bring down a hammer upon us. And like, we're finally seeing some benefits from the peace that has been building over the last few years. So we're just going to do this for like a moral, righteous cause given to us by God.
Yeah. Well, not really the young men. There are probably some old men or middle-aged men, I don't know, in the Houthis who, there are people who are more interested in running a government, and there are people who are more interested in being like an Islamist militia. We saw stuff like this with Hamas as well. We've seen it in like even in Iran. There's always this push and pull where like if you with the Taliban as well, right? Because the Taliban right now is split between people who are like, yeah, I long for the days of like, you know, waging war of jihad for Allah in the mountains fighting against the ANA, and then there are people being like, yeah, get back in the fucking office chair and finish the fucking spreadsheets, Mohammed, you know, like get the fuck over here.
That's actually something that I was thinking about while I was thinking about like potential solutions, because I'm like, okay, bombing them's not going to really do anything, especially it's not going to make the Red Sea safer. Like I was reading some things where they were saying that bombing isn't going to de-escalate their attacks, but it's going to stop their attacks from escalating, which is a weird phrasing because effectively that is de-escalating them. But like over the course of the last few months with how they've been bombing, they've been sending like, sure, they've been doing the raids where they've taken over ships, but other than that, they've just been like shooting 1 or 2 barrages of missiles like every few days. And I just don't see how bombing them is going to like reduce that. So I feel like the best course of action is to actually like do a political one and use diplomacy and foreign aid and all that jazz.
Well, what diplomacy could you really do with people like that? You know, if they really are being motivated by kind of like, sort of like irrational, like you know, proving that we're still the jihadists you thought we were, kind of bullshit. I mean, what could really be done there?
Right, exactly, and that's kind of what I was racking my brain over. I did see this one article. It's kind of hinted at there's like a more political side of the Houthis, which are more focused on like maintaining the peace with Saudi Arabia, and then there's the more militant faction of the Houthis that are, you know, causing the maritime piracy. I think that like I don't think it's like innately a bad thing to prop up the Houthi government, even though they're, you know, there's a good chunk of them that are radical Islamists and, you know, use child soldiers and probably child brides and other stuff, other atrocities like that. I do think that, like we saw with the Taliban taking over Afghanistan, just being given the reins to a country has a mediating effect to it. And I think if the U.S. is involved, the U.S. and other allies is involved in propping up the more moderate side of the Houthis, because they do seem to be the more dominant, I guess you can say, indigenous force in Yemen. I'm not from Yemen, so this is just from like 2.5 days of research, but they do seem to be the most dominant in like a hugely fractured country right now.
I mean, if the Houthis end up being the like functional, like dominant political force in Yemen, I don't think we benefit at all from the thing that America has done with like the Taliban historically, which is where you just pretend they're not in charge. I'm not really arguing against that. The problem is we just did this. The Biden administration took them off the terrorist list, and following that, they ended up doing this. You know, I guess the issue is maybe we just have different levels of faith in the extent to which diplomacy can really work. My thought here, I guess, my hope forward is that there are basically 2 ways that bombing works. One of them is that we just destroy so much equipment and infrastructure and people that it's no longer sensible for them to carry it out. They just don't want to, you know? As much as they talk about martyrdom, nobody really wants to die. So there is a point where even they will dial it back a bit. The other one is that we make the consequences of our involvement severe enough that the more diplomatic side of the Houthis argues against the more militant side and sort of makes them stop, you know? The idea being that, like, if there are 2 halves to the Houthis, you want the decision-making being done by the diplomats, and the best way to like make the diplomats point for them is to make it really clear that what the militant side of things is doing is making things worse for the people of their country. That'd be my hope.
I actually agree with you there. I would just kind of flip it around and say, instead of making it so bad for the militant side that the diplomatic side kind of like takes over because they're like, stop it, we just make it better for the diplomatic side. And we do, like, I don't think it's necessarily bad to keep bombing them either. I think it's a bad look, especially domestically when Biden's trying to win re-election and you have all of these like leftists and Republicans alike being like, oh, he's doing something unconstitutional, he's doing something illegal. I think it's kind of a bad look for Biden, and I also think it'll be a bad look for him because like shipping's not going to resume through the Red Sea. I think we can both agree on that.
Well, it'd fucking better
like
if it doesn't.
Next few months.
If it doesn't, then this is a whole new world. You know, it has to. It's, you know, we have to make it continue.
I mean, the United States is trying, and the United States and the UN is trying to get like shipping companies to send ships back through the Red Sea, but they're just refusing to do it because the rocket attacks haven't stopped.
Well, we also haven't done that much bombing, to be fair. We could also, you know, we could always bomb them a lot more.
Right, we can bomb them a lot more, but I don't know. I still feel like, you know, if just a few rocket attacks every few days is going to deter shipping, I really see that being like difficult to stomp that out through bombing alone. Like I feel like we're kind of flipped. I feel like you support a diplomatic solution, but you're like, we already tried the diplomatic solution. The militant side won out. We gotta pound the militants back into submission so the diplomatic side can kind of rise up and take over the slack. I think that, you know, we have tried a diplomatic solution and it's worked. We've actually seen progress in the quality of life in Yemen because of UN and United States diplomatic efforts there. Why don't we continue propping up the success that we've had there? And like, I know that's an extremely vague term. I'm sorry, I don't really know the in-depth details to kind of illustrate that out more. But why don't we do that? And we can keep bombing munitions depots. We can keep propping that up, sending a signal out to the world that this is unacceptable. If you attack maritime trade, you're going to get bombed. We can bomb them. But let's just like really only target the military sections. And
well, so far we are, right? The strikes, to my knowledge, I don't even know of any civilian deaths yet. It's just been airfields
I
and
agree.
militants.
But it sounds like you're advocating for an expansion of the bombing. And I don't want to get into an Israel type situation where it's like, oh, this mosque is housing missiles, this church is housing missiles, this hospital has tunnels underneath it. We got to get rid of all of these because they could have 10 more rockets that they can fire at our ships.
No. I don't want to escalate in terms of like the range of acceptable targets. If we have to keep hitting their known military infrastructure for a while, I think that could be the right move to make. You know, outcome depending, kind of hard to tell. And I think it should be done in accompaniment with diplomatic solutions, of course. The main thing for me would be putting pressure on Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia simultaneously needs traffic to move through the Red Sea, like far more than we do. They need that. But at the same time, they're trying not to jeopardize the shit with Yemen because they're nonstop bombing of Yemen and the Houthis and what have you has just not panned out well for Saudi Arabia. And like anyway, it's just not, they haven't benefited from it. So I think the main thing we need to do is put pressure on Saudi Arabia to indicate like, hey, you know, this is on you. You're the one with the diplomatic wedge here. They want to get along with you. So how about you do something here? We both want you, you know, we both want the Red Sea free for travel. Why are we the ones taking flack for it? Whereas Saudi Arabia pretends they don't want to, whereas in reality, they're more desperate than we are. That's very irritating for me. So that would be the main diplomatic wedge, I guess, as, you know, agreeable as Saudi Arabia has been known to be.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, you're right. Like we haven't really had any killing of civilians yet. I think maintaining the bombing of military targets is probably the right thing to do. At least like in retaliation for attacks on shipping vessels. I do hesitate just because, you know, I think we'd both like to have a diplomatic solution kind of rise to the top of all of the mess. And I just think that every time we bomb, it does make that harder because it's, I don't know, like I do get the feeling that it's almost giving credibility to the more militant side of the Houthis, like as far as that side exists, right? Oh, look at the United States look at this, the United States is bombing us because we're having such a big impact on the world, which could drive up recruitment, but you're right. Like if they're just getting bombed, it might not actually.
Well, it's possible. You know, it's not as though they're unused to hardship. I guess we'll have to see. That being said, I feel like the extent of our disagreements has been borne out. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about it and clarify.
Yeah, I really appreciate you clarifying your position too.
Yeah, well, thank you for coming on. Is there anything you'd be interested in shouting out?
No, I do think you give Hasan a bit of a bad rap. He's kind of a himbo, but he is funny.
Sometimes. I think I'm funnier.
All right. Well, I really appreciate you having me on, and I'm glad we had this conversation.
Likewise. I hope you have a wonderful evening.
You too.
Take care. You guys have been awfully crotchety down there, you know that? Real crotchety. Close that. I'm bad at that game anyway. Bosch, I disagree with this take of yours. Links to Reddit post. Essay posting. Yep. That's a VGG disagreement. Whew. This is a lot of text for me to read on stream. I hope you understand that. I understand the arguments that you're making, but at the end of the day, if you want to normalize the idea that any like regional power can do shit like this, yeah, you can't. The funny thing is that the argument that I'm making is much more like international law pilled than any other, right? Nowhere would anyone accept the argument that like, well, one law is being broken, the genocide of the Palestinians, therefore this other law, piracy, like is okay actually because it's being done like in defiance or whatever. I think it would be great that America, like, I want America to do the ceasefire, and if that stops the Houthis, great. I don't care if that gives them legitimacy. That's fine by me. But America isn't stopping the ceasefire, or sorry, isn't doing the ceasefire. I mean, they're not enforcing the ceasefire. So in an environment where they're not enforcing the ceasefire, I still want them to go after the pirates. I would want them to go after the pirates and do the ceasefire. I want both. Even if I knew the Houthis would back off, if we imposed a ceasefire on Israel, and we were about to impose a ceasefire on Israel, I would still want to bomb them. And that makes sense. Why not, right? Like, if you have a person doing a crime, like they're assaulting somebody, and they say, I'll stop doing this crime if this other thing stops, and you're about to stop that other thing anyway, you still arrest them for doing the assault. You don't play into their logic with the you know, like, oh, well, I guess you get away with it then because this other thing was happening, you know? It's your American instincts, true. Vosh, I don't really buy this argument that this is normalizing anyway. You can't get away with piracy. You can't do it. I don't think it's bad outcomes to bomb the Houthis. Like, it's also like a rule versus norm thing because, you know, we do normalize things, you know? A lot of international legitimacy, faith in global maritime trade lost. How do you think it would make, like, captains feel? The knowledge that, based on precedent, like, piracy could just start happening again and nobody would give a fuck, or, like, no one would stop it because, you know, there would be, like, another solution they might do, you know, no. If you commit a crime, you have to be punished. You have to be, you got to go through the system, you know? And piracy is a grave crime. They used to hang people for that. Pakistan just bombed Iran, multiple casualties. Fuck me. Well, tit for tat. Residents are reporting that explosions have been heard in Saravan in eastern Iran, the border near Pakistan. A source tells Natsek Jeff that Pakistan has carried out strikes inside Iran, likely against Balochi militants. Nice. Well, we'll see how this develops. Multiple sources in Pakistan also told me they heard fighter jets this morning. Wait, did they use missiles or bombs? Did they enter Iranian airspace? Oh boy. All right. Well, why is Pakistan mad? Iran randomly fucking bombed Pakistan the other day. Pakistan having nukes makes me worry. Don't worry about it. Pakistan has avoided bombing, or sorry, nuking India thus far. Will Pakistan retaliate against unacceptable Iran air attacks? Does he know? He does not know. A counterattack is possible, but Pakistan would be wary of getting pulled into a wider conflict. What Pakistan might instead do is strengthen ties with Iran's rival, said analysts. Nope, they bombed him. I've looked into the future. Their future, my present. They bombed him. How long ago was the Pakistan-Iran thing? Yesterday, I think, or day before. Does Pakistan even have the military capability to defend itself against Iran? Yes. The 6th largest military in the world. They very much do. And they've got a dope tricolor on their military flag. Look at that. Real nice looking. Active personnel, 650,000. Reserve personnel, 550,000. Oh, fuck. I mean, nukes aside, I thought they were quite tiny. Lol. No, Pakistan's pretty big. Not as big as India. You know, they're butt buddy. But, pretty damn big. No, any ground war between Pakistan and Israel would be won by the person defending. Iran's military is comparably sized. 610,000 active personnel, 350,000 reserve personnel. I could be off on this. I'm pretty sure that... Does Iran have newer equipment? No. Does it? What are their budgets? Oh, they both spend around the same amount, too. About 10 billion. About 10 billion. I don't know how new their equipment is. I think that Iran and Pakistan are both reasonably comparable in terms of like the quality of their equipment, you know? Like they're not like Israel or America or whatever in terms of like super new stuff, but they're not like Nigeria is a big country that has like older equipment, doesn't it? No, wait, does it? I thought I heard they did an update. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. We'd have to look into it. You said Israel instead of Iran earlier. Like always, you'll have to sort of like contextualize my statements. Pakistan is a lot more like India than Afghanistan. Afghanistan is all mountains, whereas Pakistan is like ridiculously rich river valley. Yeah, it's much easier to invade than Iran, but they have enough soldiers. Bear in mind, Vosh, Pakistan can buy American, Iran can't. Yes, that is true. That is true, yeah. In a direct conflict between them in any like real situation, like I think Iran would have the upper edge just in and of itself, but Pakistan has nukes and also like Western alliances. Yeah. Makes sense, Red Cascadian, considering how many fucking groups they supply. Yeah, I wonder how much of Iran's military budget is taken up with all the shit they have to build and then send out to the proxy militias, you know? All the groups that they fund in Iraq and Syria and Yemen, you know, Hezbollah. Isn't Pakistan allies with Iraq? Yeah, because Iraq is ostensibly allies with us, but it's complicated. Also, Iraq wouldn't be able to do very much militarily. Pakistan is also allied with China. Yeah, because they're both allied against India. India wants land that belongs to both Pakistan. There are land disputes between India and China and India and Pakistan. So, you know, they've got a wedge there. 3 women, 4 children confirmed killed. Ugh. Was there even a point to the strike? I mean, like, I know revenge, but how many militants were killed? Was it only women and children? Like, not a single... Not to say that men deserve to die more, but we're talking about, like, militant groups, you know? I don't think Iran... Like, if women and children die in Iran, it probably wasn't militants. Well, that's probably good here, the Radical Dino. Israel resells our weapons to India and or Pakistan. Oh, they resell our weapons to more than that. But yeah. Seems like the strikes were against Baloch separatists in Iran. Yeah, well, that's relevant to what Iran did the strike for. It's okay, the Radical Dino. Yeah, Masagui. Well, that's wacky. Well, not much to talk about there, I suppose, until we get some more information. In the long run, this might be a good thing. It sucks to think of it that way. I still think that Iran has a more legitimate claim to hegemony in the Middle East than America, Israel, or Saudi Arabia, at least in the regions they do have control over. At the same time, maybe there being more pressure between Iran and Pakistan could deter Iran from engaging in worse behaviors in the rest of the Middle East. You know, there's probably a limit to how much they want to risk it for the biscuit if they're like right up against Pakistan and exchanging fire. Iran firing into Pakistan was insane, by the way. Like, don't know what's going on there. But it makes me wonder if, like, this might deter them from potentially really bad behavior. Hey, Vermin, what's up? We're just talking about World War III. Elections are coming up in both Iran and Pakistan. Right, to the extent that elections are meaningful in either, I guess. How flawed of a democracy is Pakistan, by the way? I know they're not great. Iran, of course, we know is not. Okay, nice to hear that, Vermin. Very flawed? Okay, very flawed democracy or not a democracy? I know they had a military coup, but it's like a parallel thing. So is it a very flawed democracy or is it a there is no democracy thing? Because my understanding of Iran is that there isn't a democracy. So, you know, they're not a democracy, basically? Okay, all right. Not the worst, there is some democracy. We'll split it down the middle and say they're 1/4 of a democracy, okay? So it's between flawed and no democracy. We've got 1/4, okay? Right there. Aren't parts of Pakistan run by the Taliban? Yeah, Pakistan, Afghanistan, stand this, stand that. The Taliban gets confused, you know, whatever. Do you think Pakistan would use nukes against Iran? Nope. No chance. Nope. I just realized Iran and Pakistan border each other. I thought Afghanistan totally separated them. Nope. Here. Google Maps. Mexico. Right here, see? So Iran is basically one gigantic mountain range, right? So is Afghanistan, to be honest. Pakistan is not. As you can see from the map, there's a bunch of green here. These are flood valleys, right? What are they called? Flood rivers? Floodplains. Floodplains. Yeah, that's it. River valleys that contain floodplains. So basically, what I understand from my gameplay experience with Civilization 4 is that you can make 500 pounds of rice per square foot right here all the time. This is why the British were so interested in India. Look at all that green. Something like that. Lots of rice. So, yeah. Pakistan, as you can see over here, they've got a city where you can go to the Combined Military Hospital. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, Afghanistan controlled by the Taliban. The Taliban and... Okay, chat, I am like fully ignorant on this. My understanding is that the Taliban and Iran have a complicated relationship, to put it lightly. They're different sides of the Islamic militant jihad death to America coin, you know? So, you know, they've got this going on. That being said, the Taliban don't really have the kind of army they would need to engage in any real... Afghanistan doesn't represent a meaningful threat to Iran, is what I mean. Like, Pakistan has a military and missiles and nukes and blah-de-blah, but Afghanistan, while it may be securely controlled by the Taliban, they don't have, like, the kind of military you'd need to, like, you know, meaningfully threaten Iran, right? So my thinking is, like, let's talk about, like, Iranian influence, right? Okay? So Iran and Turkey, very complicated relationship, but what can they agree on? They fucking hate Kurds. Iraq, Iran, very complicated relationship. But what can they agree on? They fucking hate the Kurds and some other stuff. And also, there's a lot of Muslims here who resent the religious oppression of the Ba'athist government under Saddam Hussein. So you've got that. You fucking hate the Kurds. So what do we do over here, okay? We do bad shit in Syria, okay? The Kurds are trying to live their own shit, but what do Turkey, Iraq, well, not really Iraq meaningfully at the moment, but, you know, Iraq within their own borders. But in terms of like what's going on in Syria, you have the actual Syrian government, Iranian-backed militias, and Turkey all conspiring to fuck over Rojava, okay? Now, this means that Iran, you know, large, powerful country that it is, look at them. Look at how big Iran is, you know? Look at that. Like, seriously. Put it anywhere else. You know, Iran's not like Saudi Arabia. It's not 90% desert or whatever. You know, here, look. See? You look at Saudi Arabia. All this beige, all this like tan, that's just sand. That's just sand. Iran, however, as you can see, is made of swirlies. It's all a mountain range. Good luck invading this, by the way. There we go. Yeah, good luck with that. So anyway, Turkey and Iran have a lot of conflicting interests, but they both hate the Kurds, so there you go. They can get along on that. Iraq is falling to Iranian influence. Kuwait's doing its own thing. Whatever. Lebanon, the southern half of Lebanon, is effectively controlled by Hezbollah. Hezbollah gets a lot of their military support, you know, equipment, funding, advisory from Iran, right? So you have a bunch of Iranian militias here. Hezbollah is fucking huge right down here. Even Hamas historically has gotten a lot of support from Iran. So, you know, their influence reaches all the way down there as well. They've got support and regional influence in Iraq. Saudi Arabia is doing their own thing. Saudi Arabia is busy building like the world's largest merry-go-round around the Muslim Minecraft cube. And then you've got Yemen. Hear about these guys? And the Houthis control all of this area right here. Well, not all of it. They don't control this southern portion here, I think. But they control a lot of this, okay? And heavily backed by Iran. So you might notice after doing our roundup that Iran controls the entire Middle East except for Saudi Arabia. Wow! Crazy shit. Not really. A little bit. Not really. Kinda though. But not really. But actually, yes. But not really. Iran's been getting real feisty lately. I wonder if a little bit of like tension between Iran and Pakistan might deter Iran from doing like more bad shit here. Because you know, like anything the Houthis or Hezbollah does, to some extent, Iran is involved. Why do they all hate the Kurds in the first place? You know, that's a good question. Historically, probably like 1,500 years ago, some Kurdish guy stepped on like a caliph's foot. I don't know. Some stupid bullshit, probably. Yeah, some dumb shit. Fucking whatever. Whatever, bro. Wait, what did somebody just ask? What's going on north of Afghanistan? We don't talk about this area, okay? This is the no-go zone. Nobody talks about this area, okay? We don't talk about it. Shit gets real fucking wacky here, okay? Real fucking wacky. That area is really inhospitable. Oh yeah, to put it lightly. For a variety of reasons, both geographic and geopolitical. Yeah, here there be dragons, essentially, okay? Who knows what's going on over here? Yeah, I don't know. My impression of this entire area is that every once in a while you encounter a city that is like a mile wide and 2 stories tall, made of concrete that the Soviets built. Most of the population lives in villages with like 500 people per region. There is a total of like 1 iPhone per each of the stands, you know, ignore that really beautiful opulent building we just looked at. I'm doing a bit, okay? And the main thing that I know about this whole area is that the fucking looming eye of the Soviets gazes down upon you at all times. The ghost of the Soviet Union haunts you at all times. Also, Turkmenistan is like mega Hitler shit. Turkmenistan is like double, triple Hitler, Stalin ultra mega super duper Hitler. North Korea too. Why are you making it sound like Middle Earth? Because I think you could make that argument. I genuinely think, like here, I genuinely think that for like a significant portion of Kazakhstan, you could go have like Adventure Time-esque adventures without ever encountering another human, okay? Some of the areas here are so lightly populated, like, oh my God, you know, like over here, I don't fucking know. Do you know how much territory we're looking at right now? This is like 25 miles across. This area right here, like you just nothing. There's nothing here. You're looking at a mountain? Well, I'm looking at like mountainous terrain, but it's Kazakhstan. There's a lot of that. What do you want from me? Turkmenistan's got a big old desert. Probably not a lot of people here. The Soviets did an irrigation process that's drying out that ocean on the west, and the water's becoming too salty to support the fishing industry. Ooh, yeah. The Caspian Sea, you mean? Or do you mean this one? The Garabogazkul Basin. Go east, the Aral Sea? This one? No, that's not the Aral Sea. There it is, the Aral Sea. Kind of looks salty, doesn't it? Like, it doesn't look very hospitable. It's kind of emanating a deathly glow. Look up how big it used to be. Yeah, I think we've seen photos of that. Yeah. This right here. The Soviets engaging in like the one of the greatest ecological crimes. Why not just like do a bucket chain and bring the water back? I don't know. It's their Dust Bowl. We're going to get our own new Dust Bowl pretty soon. Oh, you're right, OS Crane. It does. That's true. So anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, Iran. May Iran and Pakistan wage 1,000 wars, inshallah. Look at our big wacky planet. Sure is cool how America has like the most fucking overpowered geography imaginable, right? We've got the Canadians, not a threat, to our north, and Mexico, who we have historically bullied the shit out of and stolen land from, and now they're weak enough that they couldn't even be a regional power against us if they wanted to, and they don't, because they also rely heavily on trade with us, you know, and we're set, you know? We're set. What are you gonna do? Bring a fucking boat over like literally 6,000 miles? You fucking kidding me? Come on, get real. Why? Is it? Why does this look so weird? Why do the Bahamas have like a ectoplasm webbing vibe? Shallow water? Yeah, but that's not like this isn't like a natural divide right here. Like this is some weird, like. That's so base, Comrade Robin Hood. It's because we mapped that sea. Well, this is the Bahamas. This is where rich people do all their pedophilia, right? So they would probably have like a bunch of really expensive monitoring equipment. Oh yeah, look at the quality of the satellite data here. We can go down to the individual like tree. Yeah. Okay, yeah, because this is like the pedophile zone. So they want like really expensive satellite tech in case any of their child slaves escape. Tree. Well, I was going to read donations. Kamala Harris asked, what do you say to young voters? Okay, we can do one more bit. 2.5 minutes. I have never seen Kamala Harris give a 2.5 minute answer to anything. This is going to be deeply cursed. What do you say to young voters who disapprove of the way Biden is handling the Israel-Hamas war?
One of your many strengths as a surrogate is your connection to young people.
Oh,
I
yeah.
believe that to be true.
Yeah. So true. That's so true.
Now, voters between 18 and 29 years old stand out as disapproving of the way the Biden administration is handling the Israel-Hamas war.
Not to even speak of like people who are too young to vote. I bet you your average young left-leaning person in like high school is probably unironically a Houthi supporter. Like, imagine going to high school these days as like you're like a sophomore or something, and you come in and there's a bunch of like white Midwesterners who are wearing the fucking green headbands, you know, in solidarity, or Nazis. Yeah, it's all Nazis or like Houthi militants.
They do not support sending weapons and money to Israel. They are advocating for a humanitarian ceasefire. How does the administration respond to the concerns of this very important part of the Democratic voter base?
So
kind of wild, by the way, that the first time I'm seeing this question being posed is to Kamala Harris and not to Joe Biden. Like, I know that Joe Biden is ancient and like risks toppling over and shattering into 1,000 pieces anytime a question is asked of him directly. But, you know, this really feels like a question they could have been addressing like 3 months ago.
Let's start with this. And you're right, Sonny. In fact, in the fall, I embarked on what I called a college tour. And
FYI, this is The View. Yeah. Their demographic is older women, kind of weird. Yeah, no, this is... I mean, that's probably why they have Kamala Harris on as well. But yeah. Also, I'm just realizing that the font and colors they've chosen for the... On top, it looks just like... what's that game show where you have to pose your answers in the form of a question? What is... Jeopardy, that's it, yeah.
And met with over 15,000 students across the country. I just have to say I love Gen Z, by the way.
Yeah, if only they liked her back.
I think it's a spectacular generation. But all of that to say, you're absolutely right. I have talked with young people, many around the country, and I've heard them, I see them, and I understand.
Holy shit. I know I'm pausing. Just like the fucking like reflexive liberal aphorisms, the like need to, yeah, we hear you, we see you. Like, what are you saying? You know?
I understand.
You are valid.
I think it's important that while we understand where they're coming from, which I do, that we not lose sight of the context, which is, let's just go back to October 7th.
Do you think she's mad right now because she was coming here for like a softball interview with The View, and then one of the ladies here is like, by the way, everyone under 30 despises you, thinks you're a war criminal, and wants you dead. Would you mind answering to that? And she's like, internally, she's like, you know, I'd be mad. If I was in her position, by the way, I'd be mad because you know fully, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden know what they're doing is wrong. The reason that they're not pressing too hard in Israel is because of Iran and broader like geopolitical stuff. But they know for an absolute fucking fact that Netanyahu is a lunatic. They know there's no way they don't. It's not like they're ideologues or whatever. They didn't fucking pledge allegiance to Israel. They know there's just they you know they got their fingers in a lot of pies, you know, so to speak. They're not dumb about this. They're just, you know, morally abhorrent. So she knows she's bullshitting. You can't even rely on dogma. I don't know, Vosh, Biden seems like a pretty sincere and zealous Zionist. No. I fully believe that Joe Biden's a Zionist. I also fully believe he thinks Netanyahu is a lunatic. Netanyahu, wait, lunatic? Did I even misspeak there, or did I just think that I did? I think that Joe Biden is both a Zionist and somebody who thinks that Netanyahu is a lunatic. You know, I think that he thinks that Netanyahu is being a brutally, unnecessarily callous with the loss of civilian life and is mishandling the situation and is fucking up his re-election chances. The one time I don't misspeak.
We can't deny the significance of a vicious, brutal attack that caused the death of 1,200 innocent people alive.
Oh, really? Okay, well, the fears of Gen Z are assuaged. You're telling me, as Israel now has killed more than, what, 23,000 innocent civilians? You're telling me something called October 7th happened? Well, I bet you your average 18 to 29-year-old hasn't heard about that one. I think once they go on Wikipedia and look up what you're referring to, they'll come right around on the, right around on the subject. It's the first time I'm hearing about October 7th. Yeah, me too. I hadn't heard about it, 23,000 with 6,000 presumed dead under rubble. Okay, that sounds like a lot. But have you heard about October 7th? According to reports, children in Gaza are dying from cardiac arrest because they haven't been able to sleep in months. The constant bombardment has caused their bodies to constantly release adrenaline, which is damaging their hearts. Okay, but have you heard about October 7th? Okay, I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. But have you Googled October 7th? I know. I hadn't heard about it either until this smart little lady called Kamala Harris pointed it out to me.
A lot of them young people who are just attending a concert.
Yeah.
Women who were brutally assaulted and raped. And again, as someone who spent a lot of my career focused on those kinds of crimes,
Yeah, as a California DA, were you often dealing with Houthi insurgency in like San Francisco or whatever? Yeah, I saw this pretty often. Yeah, this is a pretty standard paraglider assault on a concert. Yeah, this is just just another day on the job. LA is wild. Yeah, Los Angeles is crazy, bro. You don't even know. You have no idea how many paraglider assaults. All the chopper strafing. Oh, man. October 7th, by the way.
horror of it. And all of that to also then say Israel has a right to defend itself.
Oh, bro. So I hadn't thought about it that way. That's true. I had always proceeded in my streams on the assumption that Israel doesn't have the right to defend itself. And I hadn't heard the argument that they could. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm really being brought around on this. Vosh, this is just worse than Biden dog. Yeah, in a way, it's almost praxis to ask this of Kamala Harris, because Kamala Harris is a fucking retard who couldn't emote or engage in, charisma to save her life, Kamala Harris is shockingly uncharismatic. Terrible at reading the room. This is stuff, by the way, stuff like this really does make me wonder, because oftentimes, okay, I know that Joe Biden is very old, and Joe Biden also has a bad stammer, so that interferes with the charisma a little bit. Kamala Harris has neither of these issues. She's young, by politician standards, and she speaks fine. If I was in Kamala Harris's position, I could have bullshitted better than her, easily. And it makes me wonder, you have the benefit of literally the world's greatest media training. You could get any instruction on any issue. You have had months to memorize key responses to give in case this question is brought to your attention. You know the polling. You know young people hate you. Why can you not answer this question? You could answer it in a way that is simple, better to the young people, and doesn't make the Zionists in your party angry. So why don't you? Is it because you think that's beneath you? That's my actual thought. Are you so demonic that you think it would be beneath you to put effort into addressing this controversy? Are you just cackling in your head? You have your little bit responses. You're giving the "we hear you, we see you," internally you're laughing because you're contemptuous. That's the only genuinely, because the alternative is to assume that she's so bad at this, despite being the #1 person who should be good at it. Her job was a DA, folks. She did legal work. You have to be good at presenting information to get into that field, right? I swear to God, she used to be more charismatic. I remember hearing her talk back when she was running for the presidency. She was nowhere near as bad as she got afterwards. Did they lobotomize you after you win? Real quick, is there a deep state? Do they do something? Do they make you easier to control? I don't know. When I see people like Kamala Harris, I wonder, Nah, she was always a bad speaker. Yeah, but not this bad. This is unique, man. She was also your senator and DA when you lived in California. Yeah, sure. I mean, I didn't listen to her speeches, but yeah, Do presidents and vice presidents get to sleep? Presumably. I mean, Biden does his like whelp nappy time shit to get out of being interviewed by the press all the time. Joe Biden will be there at the podium. He'll do like a press conference where he'll be like, yeah, I just took a big dump. And then the press will like they'll all like stand up with their like microphones held out, and he'll be like, "Oh, bye," and then he'll leave, and the fucking House Speaker will go and take his place. He's got to be getting some sleep. I like him more now. So relatable. Yeah. A very sleep deprived person, Killjoy 40K.
We would. And how it does matters. There have been far too many innocent Palestinians that have been killed. The president and I and many members of our administration have been very clear. I've been on over, I think, 14, 15 calls that the president has had with Bibi Netanyahu.
14 or 15 phone calls over the course of like 3.5 months of a genocide? That you're bragging about that? 14 or 15 phone calls. Oh, I see. So it's like, so about the number of phone calls you would do if you were running out to get groceries for a party and wanted to call people to ask what they wanted, where it's like, oh, wait, they didn't have the chips you specified. Which chips do you want? Yeah, I can send you pictures. All right. We don't want any of these. Okay, I'm calling you back. Okay, well, what about pretzels then? Like, so yeah, you know, that it's 3 months genocide. Okay. 15 calls, one for every 200 dead children. Yeah, there's like, they have like in the Oval Office, they have one of those like crayon drawn like thermometers that go up the more fundraising money you get, except it's Palestinian babies that have been mulched. So they're like, oh, another 200. Let's give Netanyahu a call. Good job, man. Good job, Bibi. And then you like, you know, great job. According to what, Comrade Robin Hood? No, it's like an advent calendar. You can see you get a little chocolate when you reach the next 200. Fuck. Fuck. God damn it. Oh man. Source: Biden and Netanyahu have not spoken in 3 weeks amid split over war. This is from 2 days ago. The Israeli leader has reportedly ignored repeated U.S. calls to discuss a possible settlement on how Gaza be governed. I love being the most powerful country in the history of the planet, dude. I love having the military might to nuke and pulverize and occupy whatever we want. And meanwhile, this one fucking genocidal lunatic retard can just do or say whatever the fuck he wants. And no, like, oh, you don't screen a call from the Oval Office, you fuck. It's just, I am unironically doing chauvinism right now. As an American, I am deeply emasculated by the idea that a call from the Oval fucking Office can be ignored by a country that has received like $500 billion in U.S. military aid. Fuck them. Fuck that. Why did we give these guys nukes? Jesus, fuck. I am unironically doing this, like, as a chauvinist. This isn't a bit. I am personally fucking offended. Don't fucking screen our calls. Biden! Send in SEAL Team 6. Okay? Anything. Do anything. Make him pick up the fucking phone. Jesus Christ! Just like a genocide, like every day more innocents die, and meanwhile Netanyahu, because if you have even a single brain cell rattling around your skull, you know Israel never had any plan for the Palestinians. They wanted them gone. Where do they go? Do we kill them all? They never had an answer to that. They don't have an answer. They're not going to pick up your calls, bro. You've given them all the permission they needed to. Now they're just going to screen your calls as you do all the horrible shit you quietly hoped they wouldn't do. Oh my God. SEAL Team 6. SEAL Team 6. Guys, everyone, all the Western chauvinists rise up, okay? We need to summon. We're all praying, okay? We need to summon SEAL Team 6, okay? We need some wacky shit to happen, all right? It's time. We're doing a coup. Who gives a fuck? They're barely a democracy anyway. Okay, we're doing a coup. Do you have any idea how funny it would be if America couped Israel? I know it's not going to happen, but have you considered how funny it would be? Have you even thought of how funny it would be? It would be so fucking funny. Also, who cares? They're already our fucking country. Like, we already basically, they're just our military base. Like, who gives a fuck? You can't coup them. You can't coup a military base we already control, you know? It's time. The Israeli right wing would be very upset. Well, there are lots of wacky things that could happen to them. It's time. Screen our fucking calls, you piece of shit. All right, we need to finish this video and I need to read donations.
About what Israel must do to protect innocent civilians. We all want this to end as soon as possible. And how it ends matters.
So keep in mind, this interview literally happened when Netanyahu was screening Biden's calls. Nice, great. Phenomenal. Excellent. Fantastic. America, they have nukes. You can't force another nuclear state to do anything. You can send in SEAL teams. Come on. You think we don't have spies in Israel? Come on, we could do something wacky. Come on, come on, live a little. Come on. Remember when Clinton said, who the fuck does Bibi think he is? Yeah, if only Biden was even slightly that based. This was Kamala's once-a-year appearance in the public conscience, and she used it to inform us about October 7th. She's a true hero. Yeah, if nothing else, I am glad at least she took the opportunity to educate me and the people in my audience about this thing that I'm just hearing about called October 7th, and also the argument that I'd never heard before called Israel has a right to defend itself. Things that I wouldn't have heard or thought about if it wasn't for her. So I do appreciate that at least. And they say you can't learn anything new from liberals. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, Antigonos, you've linked that like 50 times. Thank you. Biden is getting rid of banking overdraft fees? What? The Biden administration is ending bank overdraft fees as we know them. Under a new Consumer Financial Protection Bureau rule, overdraft fees at large banks will be strictly regulated and capped as low as $3. Low-income Americans will save billions. Oh, that's actually a pretty big deal. Yeah, that's actually a pretty big deal. That's pretty good. It's pretty big. Take it in, folks. It only cost us 30,000 dead Palestinian civilians. All right? This is the trade-off. That's how it works. I wonder what we'll get for the next 30,000. This is the advent calendar. What pro worker union shit will we get the next time? 60,000, what was it going to be? Higher gas tax. I don't know. It's like a monkey's paw. Yeah, except you know exactly what the curse is. It's 30,000 dead Palestinian civilians, you know? This is actually how politics works. It's how the Soviets were able to do the 5-year plan, you know? It's just math, you know? How many dead Palestinians for legal weed? Ooh, I think you're going to have to go to at least 90,000 for that one. I hope the Palestinians know what good their sacrifice is doing for America. I'm sorry. I could go for one of those, the Radical Dino. All right. We're reading donos. Viathan with the tier 1 sub. Almost crashed into cars on the curb a few times this morning due to driving on icy roads to get to work. Be careful. Stay safe out there, friends. Vroom vroom snow. True. Do be careful. Evadan666, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Jason with a Y, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Likewise, Abistrus and West PDF. Esmilia, thank you for the $5. In the EU, there actually is a legal difference if there's an actual game installer on the disc or not, Vosh. Installer on disc equals you own the game legally here. That's odd, but okay. Interesting. Thank you for letting me know. Man, I really like this shirt. I really like this oversized shirt. It has like a dropped shoulder here deliberately. I think it's really cute. It's really like cozy, you know? Super soft. Where'd you get that shirt? It's from a Seattle brand. It's called Proto 101. But you can get it shipped anywhere. Miracle of well, international maritime trade. It's specifically an oversized fit. When are you going to break out the samurai fits on stream? I already have a sumo jacket, Fortuna. Bolshevik Spartan, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Love the emphasis on international stuff recently. It boggles my mind how you manage to pronounce almost everything weirdly, though. A privilege of being an American. Thank you. Kiwi TP, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Smelanie, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I will give Ruben a kiss. Good luck with your classes. Jeff95, thank you for the $10. Can you do a racism in the US research stream? We all have a general knowledge, but I recently learned the term blockbusting on Wiki. Is there more? Sure. I don't know if that would make for a good research stream subject because we already have the information on the subject that we would get from the kind of general look over. It would be like there's a lot of very specific stuff to look into, you know? But it's certainly worth talking about. That being said, it has been discussed in this channel. It's just it's broken up in a lot of videos, you know? Zoth with the tier 1 sub, thank you. Yolo8B, thank you likewise. Sake Tanuki with the 10 tier 1 subs, thank you. Abe Lincoln is literally a Mel Brooks Robin Hood Men in Tights joke on Abe Lincoln, and Michael Knowles' last name is literally no less. Oh shit, you're right. Knowles. Knowles. Yeah, that's true. Oh, that's cute. I like that. Placeholder Lou, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Tiger Fox King, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Would you agree that calling the event the Holocaust is anti-Semitic and we should instead call it the Shoah? By the event, do you mean the Holocaust? I mean, everyone calls it the Holocaust. Like, everyone does. So, it's probably fine. You know, I'm not really a prescriptivist on this. If people are fine, you know. Cats on Meth, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Sake Tanuki with the 10 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Oh, I read these in the wrong order. Can we take a second to appreciate we have an SOS that's named A. Blinken and that a person trying to gain trust on the right has the name M. No Less? Yeah. You know, as many such cases, it's like phrenology, which is true. Is it nominal or nominative? Nominal? Nominative prescriptivism. Yeah, it's got to be nominative, not nominal. Many such cases. Yeah. Nominative determinism. Yes. Olympians, the $5. Thank you. Wabbajack with the $5. Content warning fashion. Found a place that hand spins and weaves comfy ass wool clothes. Big pants. Well, let's see. I don't. Okay, this is a very small brand. I see. Oh, this is cute. Okay, hold on. Wait. Jackets and coats. Oh, that's cute. Got kind of a like wizard vibe to a lot of these, I feel. So they're like hand woven? What do these look like on a person? Hold on. Ooh, I'd like to see them on a person. I know there are person photos here somewhere. Arming shirt. I just know this was made by people who believe in horoscopes. Wrap pants? Ooh, that's cute. Big pants. I like that. What kind of coats do you like? I like all kinds of coats. Anyway, this stuff is cute. Green tree weaving. I don't know if it's necessarily my style, but... Elenita Express, thank you for the $5. Read this comic. You can't make me. Archer215, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. I can always count on you to slam the brakes in a segment on the Republican primaries to review fascist fashion, and honestly, I'm here for that. Yeah, I believe Ryan had to cut out all of that fashion, me rambling about how people way overstate how cool the Nazi uniforms looked. Yeah, I think that got put into its own segment. Olympians, thank you for the $5. No, I don't think garrisons of troops should be put on merchant ships. That would be bad. Sovball with the tier 1 sub, thank you. Size varieties with planes are insane. Yeah. Beep. Alloy, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Mistress Lynn, thank you likewise. Lil Snail, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. My partner and I went to the demonstration outside the International Court of Justice on Friday. We had a rare real-life chat experience. No kidding? Huh. Nice. IRL chat. I've never been IRL chat myself. I respect it. Far Eastern Myth, thanks to the 2 tier 1 subs. I think this Bill Wirtz song predicted your fashion arc because you got sexy pants and went to Congress and the boys got mad. True, but I'm not listening to this song right now. I'll put it in the tab. Hold on. JBZO2, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Pengu Face, thank you likewise. I'll be careful. Withered Prince, thank you for the $5. Wanted to say that Tiger and Bunny did what you said for Kill la Kill with Blue Rose. Blue Rose. Wait, is... Tiger and Bunny. Why does this Blue Rose character look familiar? I swear to God I've seen this bitch. Is this shit good? I don't know anything about Tiger and Bunny. I do, however, like bitches with teal lipstick. That's a thing. Pay attention, ya boy coming. Blue Shift Star, thanks the tier 1 sub. Likewise, Leafar. Akumi, thank you likewise. Senuous Psychosis, thank you for the $5. Nettle, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Hasan Tankies and Twitter leftists are why I describe myself as a liberal now after being converted to the left from the GOP years ago. He's a blight. Nope, don't give up that spot. If you do that, then the only people left in the left will be crazies, okay? Don't do that. Don't call yourself a liberal just to avoid the adjacency. Make your damn arguments, okay? Anxie T-Rex, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. I'll put it in the high-waisted pants fund. Emperor Tancred, thanks the tier 1 sub. I'll keep the suggestion in mind. Bishop 14, thank you for the 5. Mortaray and Radical AC, thank you both for the tier 3 subs. Likewise, the Greenest Fae. Man, we're really back in the donations now. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. The only solution to piracy is to force them to return to tradition. True. I think that pirates would be a lot more tolerable if they did the yar-har-har bit, you know? That's my main issue with the Houthis, honestly. Rosie and Mostly Harmless, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Zachmun, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Deutscher Anarchist, thank you likewise. Silail, thank you for the tier 4 sub. And Enforce Absurdism, thank you for the tier 4 sub as well. Thank you both very, very much. I really appreciate that. Sync with NorCal and a Socialist Loverworm, thank you for the 5 both. Virtual Solari, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Myth and History, thank you for the $10. Look at this link. It's about what the ICJ can legally do. I'll look at it, but not right now. I will have to look at it in the future because I am ending stream and catching up on a bunch of donos. Deep Sea Fission, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Olympians, thank you for the $5. Horizon, thank you for the 5 likewise. Really appreciate that. Red's Horny Jail, thank you for the $5. You've linked me to a Jack tweet from 2006. I don't know what the relevance of this is, but thank you. KCJ from LI, thank you for the $7. Really appreciate that. My pleasure. Imperial General, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Man, these donations go all the way back to the very beginning of our attacks on the Houthis. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the incredibly kind 10 tier 1 subs. Kane 1 and Olympians, thank you for the $5 both. Malaki, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Teletech, not on fire yet. And Xarxes Infinium, thank you for the $5 all. Linkman95 and Monarch, thanks for the tier 1 subs. Likewise to Orson Zed and L. Bieber. Medlock87, thank you for the incredibly kind $20. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. This Juan, thank you for the $10. You know, in retrospect, all those digitally removed swastikas from TV and video games didn't do much to stop Nazis from coming back in Germany. That's true! Interesting, that. Matthew McConaughey 666 and Kowalski, thank you for the $5 both. Corn Paper, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Somniostatic, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Kane 1 thank you for the $5. Kevin Norton 84 with the $5. Really dig the big overshirt. Looks super comfy. Where'd you get it? When did I get that dono? When did I get that dono? I don't really wear overshirts that often. I must have been wearing my field jacket. That seems more likely. And if that's the case, I'm pretty sure I got it from Abercrombie and Fitch. Bonquisitos, thank you for the $5. Congratulations on your autism. Wait, sorry, ADHD diagnosis. The meds will help a lot. The Big Red Dub, thank you for the 5. Andre says hello. Thank you for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. I'm the half Salvadoran who DM'd you after being in the hospital. Opium. Ah, shit, nice. From the top surgery, right? The detitifying. From when I met Trump in September 2015 all the way to now. Damn, that's crazy. Looking good. Nice vest. So, I have some questions about this right here. Is this from One Piece? There's a boot on it. Oh, shit, there is. I didn't see it. I didn't see it because the glare on my monitor washed out the contrast. There's a boot on it. There it is. All right, you see? Okay, can you see? Yeah. Yeah, I thought he was in Whitebeard's crew at first. You know, many such cases. That being said, a jean vest where you have Solidarity Forever, Black Lives Matter, the trans and indigenous inclusive gay pride flag, and a swastika would be an extremely interesting, you know, it would be a conversational starter. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, average VGGer, exactly. You look fantastic. Good on you. I hope you're recovering well from the detitification. Oh, you're here! Andre says hello. Everyone say hello to Andre says hello. Hello. Is this what you mean by practicing icebreakers? Yeah, I love to open up, approaching a cutie at the bar by Sieg Heiling, then going, is what I would say if I was a Nazi, which I'm not, by the way, and then asking for their number. A Socialist Loverworm, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Lena Lux, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Rinio Wu, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Happy you had a good time at the rave, friend. The Big Red Dove, thank you for the 5. Duly noted. Cypherbox, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Very kind of you. I really appreciate that. Londa the Elder, thank you for the $10. Is there anything consumers can do to fight against planned obsolescence, like not buying from certain companies? Actually, no, Rinio Wu. You post too many goddamn fit compliment pics. This is a punishment to you. You make up more than 50% of the total number of pictures that I get. If people come with the ooh-woo face. Yep. Yeah, you think that shit's for free? People, well, you're advertising. Yeah, you can link it in chat. I don't give a shit. I'm onto you and your goddamn tricks. If you want to avoid planned obsolescence, there are some companies that do better jobs than others. A socialist loverworm with the 2 tier 1 subs. I want to show chat my fit and give Vosh money. Ah, see, so here we go. Wait, hold on. You've done this before, haven't you? It's a couple of you. This isn't a general fucking fit check. It's a couple of you. It's a couple of you goddamn people. And you want all the woo-woos in chat. I see you fucking woo posting. It's a cabal. It's a cell of them. Yeah, exactly. Fucking woo posting. No, I have to be consistent. I didn't do it the last. I'm not doing it this time. I've got you two. I'm burning a fucking hole in your brains, my eyeballs, my peepers. Oh, so only your own drip is relevant? I'm the streamer. Thank you. The site is literally called Vosh. Yeah, you're on a website called Vosh, by the way. I'm the streamer actually. Yeah. I have to be. I have to stay strong. I have to stay strong. Hey, Cherry Treats. Then link it. No, I didn't before. Did you not? I don't believe you. I'm almost positive I remember. A socialist loverworm. You even have lover. You've got a pink dot next to your name. I don't trust any of you fucking people. What relevance this has to my streams, I do not understand, but thank you, Red's Horny Jail, for the lovely My Ninja Turtle Hero Academia art. It does look good. Are these even the Ninja Turtles? Leo? Is this one of the... I don't remember them looking like this. Maybe it's in like a new redesign or something. I don't remember doing it. Do you really not remember doing it? Okay, fine. I'll take you at your word. I think you're pulling my leg. I think you're taking me for a little dotsy-do right now. I think you're leading me a long walk off a short bridge. You know, I think you're leading me to a crab trap, but there's no crab in it. You know, But with that being said, I like the cardigan coat quite a lot, and the boots. Are those Chelsea boots? I can't really tell. The photo's too dark. I like that. I like the cardigan coat. It looks really cozy. Is that a red or a brown? Like a red-brown. It's a dignified fit. Yeah, it's one of those... I don't typically like cardigans unless they're really, really chunky, because having lighter cardigans are very, like, feminizing. Generally speaking, cardigans are pretty feminizing because they softly wrap around the contours of your body and kind of smooth out the puffing of the shoulders and what have you. And they, because they're a thin and they're a soft material, they tend not to be built in a way that kind of like emphasizes certain, like pronounced shoulders or whatever else, you know. That's, you know, they're considered like a very like refined fit. Chunky cardigans can be like very heavy. In a way that, sort of bolsters your, like this. Lead me to a goddamn Etsy link. Jesus Christ. Etsy is such a pain in the ass to navigate around. There we go. Something like this. The heavier, chunky fit lets you get away with more like cloth weight. That's a big fucking watch. It's a big fucking cardigan, too. Why does that look like an AI cardigan? I don't know. Fucking everything's AI these days. Whatever. Fucking everything. Ugh. What a hideous cardigan. Etsy for 15 HKD Hong Kong dollars? Looks even he looks uncomfortable in it. Ugh. No shaping at all. No, there's not even like a curve. Just the fabric. Ugh. This looks like AI. I think it's just suffering. Oh, this one's cute. Hold on. Open image in new tab. That one's cute. That looks really good. I like that. It has a nice like poofy collar. Lots of texture. Hideous? This is hideous? Oh, no, you must have meant the previous one. Now that's hard. Yeah, that one goes hard. What the fuck is this? What are people making these days? Fucking cardigan polo jacket. What is this? What are you... How are you gonna have a double-breasted cardigan? What does that even mean? Shut up. Torso sock. Yeah, fuck. Looks cozy, though. Well, it's a cardigan. This is cashmere, apparently. Cashmere used to be so expensive, and now it's relatively easy to get. I don't like how soft cardigans feminize your appearance so much, you know? Obviously, this person leans pretty hard androgynous anyway, so that's not like, probably not an undesirable outcome in this specific case, but it's, you know. Looks fine. I'm not saying it looks bad at all. This looks fine, you know. It's just a style thing. What the fuck? Men's cardigan knitting pattern. Oh, this isn't the clothing itself, it's the knitting pattern for it. But the knitting pattern costs $2.50. You're gonna spend a long time knitting to make this, and for something that hideous too? Why are you wearing it over a jean jacket? Wait, underneath this guy's wearing a jean jacket or a jean overshirt with jeans and a white shirt under that, and he's put on a double-breasted... What? Incredible. I have no idea what's going on here. Truly, I'm baffled. I'm shocked. I'm lost. I'm adrift. I think that the general rule is that a cardigan has to follow the same rules as a sweater. You know? Whatever you're going to do with a sweater, you got to do with a cardigan. An ideal sweater is chunky and has texture to it. So you can see this masculinizing shape, you know, sort of emphasizes the best characteristics of this man's physique. That's big AF as well. No. This is what a man's sweater should look like. If you're a man and your sweater doesn't look like this, you're kind of a little bit of a retard, is what I'm saying. You're kind of dripless, and no one will fuck you. This is what that should look like, I think. It's very funny to look at. I'm delighted. Good lord. Bosch rants about fashion instead of reading. Excuse me. Thank you. Looking up cable knit sweater. How do we feel about this one, lads? I feel like a lot's happening here. I don't know. I feel like sweaters have to be very simple design-wise. The whole point of a sweater aesthetically is to have a big, like, you know, warm, fluffy, comfy ball of thing on you. And you can get complicated with the pattern, but if you're doing like a bunch of shit like this, I don't know. Why is he showing off the midsection of his shirt? I don't know. It's weird. Oh, one other thing that I'll say, by the way, I could be totally off on this. I feel like these just fucking suck. Any like zip or partial zip turtleneck fucking sucks. The flow and aesthetic of a turtleneck is ruined by having a zip line through it. I don't know why it is exactly, or like why. I know you can like partially unzip it and then like make a collar out of it, but that looks terrible. No, yeah, but it's so comfy. Yeah, but like you would just want an unzipped one, right? I feel like a turtleneck is supposed to be really austere. It's supposed to be very like simple, as you know, it's supposed to have kind of like a disarming simplicity to it. So to have the zip line go through it, I don't know. I guess I don't tend to like sweaters in general. What do I have to look for? Fisherman's sweater, men's. It's all like skinny fit, fucking slim. Like this shit. God, imagining a sweater fucking fitting like that on you. Everyone's skinny fit, skinny fit, skinny fit. Everything, even sweaters. Yeah. Oh, sweaters, the giant warm like bundle of cloth you're supposed to put on over other stuff. Nope, that's got to be slim. Everything has to contour. How is it a good item of clothing if you can't see the fucking shoulder definition from the arm or whatever? There was some good stuff Dye Workwear put out a while ago. Or not put out, but like showed. Dye Workwear Shetland's sweater? Isn't it something like that? Yeah, Shetland sweaters. I can't find what I'm looking for, whatever. I like this one. Yeah, but this isn't this isn't a sweater, this is a turtleneck. It's also extremely gay. I wonder about this material though. What is that shine? I don't know. I don't know if I trust that material. Thoughts on jackets with side zippers? The side zipper you're talking about here is a motorcyclist jacket. There is a very important problem though, and it's that this costs $41. If you want a good motorcycle jacket, you need to go thrift shopping. Fake leather looks awful on motorcycle jackets. There's too much folding, too much crinkling, too much crimping. You're going to get like patches of the surface material fall off. If I were you, I would like go thrift shopping. You can usually find leather jackets pretty easy while thrifting because leather jackets are indestructible and live forever, you know? So I would recommend like looking around a bit. If you like this style, go find some nice stuff, you know? It's out there. In my opinion. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. We're doing the thing again. Guys, there were still donations to read. Feel like you'd like this. Eastern fashion brand. Military inspired. Maharishi. Where's their store? Pacifist military design since 1994. Hey, that's when I was born. Links. Do they not have a shop? Oh, here we go. Oh, damn, they pricey. 500 pounds for this jacket. But it's a nice jacket. Like that pattern a lot. Reversible kimono. Is it? What are you linking me? I trust you guys enough. I click on the links you give me. What is this? What? Burger vest? I love it. Okay, we need to finish donos. It's it. It's over. Okay. Mr. Boring Person, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Holic Master, this is a motorcycle jacket I got vintage for 75 bucks. It fits perfectly. Yeah, goddamn. That's what I'm talking about. Check out Holic Master. Look at that. If there's ever a reason to go vintage or thrift, it's for leather. That shit lasts forever if it's treated decently. That looks good. Hell yes. I don't actually have a leather jacket. I've just never, while thrifting, I've never found one that made me think, you know, like, yeah, I've never hit on one that spoke to me. One day. Do you oil it? Make sure to oil your leather. M68 Ken, thank you for the very kind $68.69. My goodness, thank you very much. So recently I've come to realize I'm very likely bisexual. Cis male, by the way. The thing is, however, I have zero romantic interest in men. Is that weird? No, that's fine. It probably just means you like chicks more, so you want to like love them and date them and stuff, but you still want to like, I don't know, suck dick. This is good. All good. Many such cases. I guess you would say you're hetero-romantic, but bisexual. All's good. Yeah, imagine being with a guy, you know? Also, congratulations on figuring that out, you know? Nice. Nothing wrong with it at all. I don't know if I'd be very interested in a long-term relationship with a guy either. I could see it, but it would be, you know, there's just a lot of things that guys tend to do that really, really gets on my nerves. Real annoying. Van Gogh Beep Beep with the tier 1 sub. Blue Rose is a high schooler, just as a heads up. She has wonderful taste in lipstick. Iron Pod with $5. I think we have done a research stream on the Islamic Revolution of Iran. I'm pretty sure we have done that. Senua Psychosis, thank you for the $5. How do you feel about it being called anti-Semitism when anti-Jewish is a more accurate description? Arabs are also Semites after all. I don't care. The words don't have magical rules or whatever. If anti-Semitism is commonly understood to mean anti-Jew, then that's fine, you know? Like that, then that's the meaning we can accept. Like homophobia doesn't literally mean fear of gay people, right? HS55 Delta 2 with the $5. No baby time this stream, unforgivable. Yeah, they're off like sleeping or whatever. Senua Psychos, the $5. Bill Clinton based for hating a bit. Yeah. Stock A with the 5 tier 1 subs. Even the patriotic call of our national bird is a lie. What are you linking? Why linking videos? Oh yeah, they don't do the eagle screech. They don't do that or key like the you know that whatever. Ministic, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Hi, greetings from Bavaria. Hopefully we can get rid of the AFD going to protest soon. Yep, I hope so. God, okay, get your goddamn lederhosen straight and get on over there and get rid of the AFD, okay? It's fucking get good luck. Oh fuck. I got an eyelash in my eye. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay. Feel like I'm too red-toned. My skin, I mean. Wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that I have a red light pointed at me. It might be a relationship. I'll have to investigate. Let me... Excuse me? Okay. Now we're doing super chats. So it's... It's analytics... Revenue. No. No, it's earn supers. There's the list. Okay. They really need to redesign this back-end shit, man. Okay. We have to read. Okay. I've caught up to where I was. Jared, thank you for the $5. True. James Mitchell, thank you for the 2. Benjamin Gilbert Lift, thank you so much for the $50. Since you like donos so much, here's one reminding you to cover the New Hampshire primary cancellation. This was from 6 days ago. I forgot. Whatever. The primary is not real anyway. Hey. Thank you, though. Sikar Tejan, thank you for the $20. Grew up Pentecostal, and the thing that stuck with me now that I'm a Reddit atheist is that one of the girls in my youth group said, I hope Jesus doesn't come back too soon since I'd like to have a family before he does. Wow, that's fucking grim. Yep. Man, religious trauma sure is a real thing that more people would acknowledge they have if more people converted from religious to not being religious. That's very grim. Charlie Jinmir, thank you for the $10. Republicans will freak out if we do literally anything. Threats of their potential abuse of power kind of don't matter when they'll abuse power regardless. Yeah, I agree. We're kind of past the point of, like, you know, equivalent rules-based governance. Lurker 9000, Vosh, people call you fashy and reactionary all the time by like 80% of the left. Somehow, someone I know got kicked out of DSA for being a fan of you. I'm sorry. How will you avoid being arrested? Was this donation sent when I was saying the left should take control of America? You know what? I am as Jesus Christ. If that's what it takes. If socialism winning America means that I become the person upon which all sins are placed and I am arrested for it, then let me be that man. I live to take your sins on my back and to die for your well-being. Spread my word. Time to wash some feet. That was like the guy who got canceled, the foot guy. The shoe guy, yeah. The shoe sniffer. yeah, Chugga. Oh, hey, Galley. Chugga Conroy, yeah. That guy. The shoe sniffer. Sorry. Chicken Warrior, thank you for 10 USD. I don't disagree. John Barlake, thank you for the $2, still alive. And Parzival CT99, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Do you respect Mormons, Anglicans, Eastern Orthodox, Baptist, Methodist, Pentecostalists, and or Quakers? No, except for Quakers, because I love me oats. Ooh, ho, Lucky Charms. M, thank you for the $5. Vonk v Destuni for charity. Oh, we wouldn't even be able to decide who to give charity to. You know, on one side, I'd want to give it to BLM. On his side, he'd give it to the Atlanta police. Like, it wouldn't... It's a flawed premise from the beginning. Benjamin Gilbert Lift, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. M, thank you for the $5 and $10 both. Really appreciate you. It's very kind of you. Testy Trekkie, thank you for the 8 Australian. I wouldn't be surprised to see boots in the ground again. I don't think it's going to happen. Also, when are you coming to New Zealand? One day. Loveless, thank you for $10. First time catching you live. Friend introed me to your content with the Don't Fap debate from a while back. GF and I have been fans since. Thanks for being a voice of reason in such an unreasonable time. Thank you. I really appreciate that. People love that hard-hitting content, you know? Galvin Garbashik, thank you for the $5. Jared, thank you likewise. Really appreciate that. Atheist, Jewish Messiah, and Lavender, thank you for the $5 both. You helped me calm down my World War III fear-mongering family with your talking points. Much appreciated. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Yeah. No, it's going to be okay. Unless you're in the Gaza Strip. Rex Gardner, thank you for the €5. I hate how Joe Biden is a genocide enabler. I hope he never sets foot back in Ireland again on a visit. I hate him. Yeah, he's denounced by Ireland. He is a cast adrift. M with the $10 and $5 both. Hasan is a slacktivist. I don't really think that's true. In terms of like volume of media production, live streamers like him and I are able to produce way more than basically anyone. If he's on his grind with bringing, like, my issue with him isn't that he's a slacker. My issue with him is that he's fucking wrong. It says stupid shit pretty often. But the slacking isn't like that's not like the nature of the issue, I feel. Liquid Silver, thanks to the 5. Terminal Sanity, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Campism, Terminal Sanity. Benjamin Gilbert Lift, thank you for the very kind 10 times 10 or $100. Have I mentioned Jenk segment? The judge has now ruled on his case. The TYT video from yesterday is worth a watch. It's some interesting info about the DNC and their internal lack of democracy. They invoked an ANCAP freedom to contract arguments to stop Jenk. Insane. I'm really sorry. I really don't think you're going to get me, even on like an ironic level, to care about Jenk's run for presidency and the transparent bid for attention he's made of it. Maybe. I don't know. If it's interesting, maybe I could look at it. Possibly. Maybe. I'd have to look at it. Vontex the $5. Should Biden send in federal troops to push the state troops out of the park, or is the Supreme Court the best move? The Supreme Court is not the best move. I don't know how I'd handle it procedurally, I guess. Chancellor Leave It, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. Your favorite grunt checking in, anarcho-NATOism rising? Make sure to capitalize every letter of NATO next time, fool. Oh, chat, by the way. I thought you'd appreciate this because it's not the kind of thing that I would normally get. But hold on. I need to find the right thing. This isn't normally the sort of thing that I'd get. But I realized that I have a lot of pale clothing because I tend to like pale wave stuff. And I don't have any jeans or pants or whatever that work with it. So I got, God help me, I got jeans online from Urban Outfitters. I know. However, the idea of me wearing these is really fucking funny. Look, they have the phrase on the bottom and everything. I do have Converse, you know? Like, I feel like this works with a lot of the items that I have. But the idea of me wearing deliberately tattered anything is so fucking funny. I'm going to look exactly like this. You would pay for this? Consider it a trial run, you know? Get jeans with giant holes in the knees? No, that's a step too far. I don't like the holes in knees. The holes in knees thing actually fucks with the functionality of the pants, too. If you ever get down on your knees to, like, do anything, your bare knees are on the ground. That's actually quite uncomfortable, you know? That's, like, that goes beyond the aesthetic thing. It's, like, actually a pretty significant hamper into the functionality of the fucking pants. Okay, I gotta finish this. It was meant to be a short stream, but it's been 4 hours. That's how it is when we're us good buddies having a good time together. You know how it is. Sigma Male, thank you for the $5. Could cannibalism be ethical if body parts are obtained somehow? Yeah, whatever you want, go for it. Benjamin Gilbert Lift, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. What was arguing with Vanguard guys during their stream while they were covering your Yemen takes. I like them, but they are so naive in some things. You should debate them. I think you could genuinely change their minds. Maybe. Possibly. Maybe. Shay Knight, thank you for the $5. Possible outcomes for the Taiwan situation for U.S. foreign policy. I don't know. We have to defend them. Keith D, thank you for the 14 Canadian. Ladowdy, thank you for the 5. Much appreciated. Harry S. Plinkett, thanks the 2. Likewise, Nura, really appreciate those. Marcin Kugotowicz, thank you for the 25 Polish LNs. Dennis Zekopoulos, thank you for the $2. Colin Costco, thank you for the 5. Work second shift, thank you for the 5. Hi, you helped me come to terms with being trans, and I finally scheduled an appointment for treatment. Hey, I'm happy to hear that. Love your streams. I love my streams too. Hopefully the hormones don't alter your brain state to a point where you stop watching me. Hopefully they alter your brain to a point where you give me lots of money. Seriously, congratulations. Ryan Patton, the $5. Hey Vosh, I'm a heavier trans man and I have wider hips. Any clothing recommendations to hide my hips? Also, thanks for helping me radicalize my wife. Yeah, I mean, like clothing recommendations, like that could be like any item of clothing, I guess, right? But what you want probably are boxier fits. You want boxier fits. You want clothing that has like a lot of heavy drape to it. Coats could help immensely. You know, there's a lot of lot of variety there. Also, if you want to de-emphasize your hips, wear baggier pants, because hips are much like more emphasized when the legs taper. Like, hold on. Behold, magic. Okay. What? Darker than that? What? Why is it? Go up. Okay. Behold. Wait, you said you're more plus sized, right? Okay, then observe. This is your torso. All right? Now here's your hips. Okay? See, notice how your hips are really big in this drawing? No, I'm like really exaggerating here. So like this has to be like at least somewhat descriptive, you know? Okay? Right? Right? Okay. Now watch the magic at work. Okay? I'm going to present to you. What buttons do what? Okay. I'm going to present to you the magic of clothing. Okay? Let's say perchance, okay, that at first you, like an imbecile, all right, you wear clothes that look like this. Okay, you see what you did wrong here? Do you see this? The thing you did wrong is that you're a retard, okay? Why are you wearing tight form-fitting clothing, you fucking moron, you buffoon? Now, behold. You fool. Boop. And then there. Notice how, through the magic of wearing a boxier t-shirt and non-tapered pants, we have massively masculinized your physique, with the same underlying body and logic. Highly disagree with wearing baggy clothing. Not that it's because when you think baggy clothing, what you're thinking is wearing oversized stuff that's literally just a few sizes too big because you're insecure about your appearance. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about making intelligent choices about how your clothing is structured. Behold, I will now use real-life examples to further substantiate my stellar argument. Okay? This is a bit of an extreme example, but I don't know the body type of the person that I'm talking about here, so I'm kind of using like an extreme use case a little bit. No, wait, not this, because that's like a super feminine clothing item. Hold on. I googled plus size straight leg pants, and I am only seeing this for like either women who have like a fucking 30-inch waist or who have a 52-inch waist, you know? Here, just give me men results. I'm tired of looking at women. I hate women. Well, now nobody's plus sized. God damn it. Fine, we'll use the women example. But not because I like women, okay? Get that clear. Here. Open the damn image. Why does it always have to be like this? Why can't you just show me the Please, God, just let me... Okay, there we go. That's one item down. 1 second. Okay, here we go. That's enough. That's good enough. Okay? It's good enough. We're fine. We're good enough. Okay? Behold. All right? With the simple magic of wearing a boxier t-shirt fit, notice how you could obscure an hourglass shape by having clothing that deliberately drapes heavier. A nice, heavy, boxy t-shirt with a heavy fabric count or heavy fabric weight, 6 ounces or higher, and you could have a nice drape, and that way you don't get all this like clinging and ruffling to your like hourglass or whatever, there are also some shirts that do have a little bit of like heavier padding on the shoulder. I shouldn't say padding. It's not really padding. It's more like the way the fabric drapes kind of like elevates and lengthens the shoulder. See, like his shoulder doesn't like go out to here. See? And also, I couldn't find a good example in guys' clothing, and these are like sweatbands or whatever, but you can find straight leg clothing for guys in all kinds of sizes or whatever. And if you pair clothing like this with shirts like this, you heavily masculinize your features because you're de-emphasizing the curves that you're probably trying to get to make less evident, This is just with basic clothing. Obviously, with some jackets and heavy coats or whatever, you can do even more. But I'm just saying, like, basic elements, You can get a lot of that looking at men's plus-size fashion, I feel. There are other items that just tend to work pretty well. Heavy sweaters can work pretty well. Basically just think of items of clothing that do a good job of emphasizing the lines and the framework and the silhouette you're interested in having. Like here are 3 examples of some guys where you have 3 different strategies being taken. You could be fat and have big hips with any of these bodies and like come across looking pretty good, On one hand, you have like a nice heavy t-shirt, and then over it, you have an overshirt that's heavy enough that it drapes flat across the front of your body. This guy's wearing a like sweatshirt. It looks like a short sleeve sweatshirt, which like completely obscures his body, and he's got a pair of shorts to go with it. And a good leather jacket can do a lot to like properly frame your body. Makes sense. Everyone get it? We got it? There you go. That's my service done to the trans man community for the day. Okay, finishing these donos. Olympians the $5. What do you think of the style of this guy? Maddie Matheson. I've seen this guy before. Wasn't this guy on the cooking show? Yeah, I know this guy. I like his fit. He's got a good thing going on. Yes. Azzy the Avaricious, thank you for the $5. Yes, join the DSA purely to annoy them with the knowledge of me. I gotta finish these donuts. I'm so hungry, dude. I didn't eat beforehand because I thought, oh, it'll be a short stream, but it's never a short stream, is it? Undergamer Jordan, thank you for the $2. Citrus, thank you for the 140 Zar R. I don't know what those are, but I appreciate it. Jared, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Alice Payne, thank you for the 5. Chicken Warrior, thank you for the $20. I really, really appreciate that. Yep. Yeah, 100% Chicken Warrior. And Israel itself has a bad history with regards to like their treatment of Holocaust survivors. Ruby Lee, thank you for the 20 Swedish kronar. And then the 20 all over again. Thank you. Broody B, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Finally catching up. The Glass Sword, thank you for the $2. Bread is Love, Bread is Life, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Atheist Jewish Messiah, thank you for the 5. Very kind of you. Terminal Sanity, thank you for the $10. Very kind of you as well. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. Any IDF soldier being treated that way by anyone would have gotten like international fucking internet condemnation. Killer Tofu, thank you for the $5. Uncle T, thanks for the $10. Really appreciate that. Killer Tofu says, Hasan doing an unironic Tiger Beat Backstreet Boys interview. I don't know what that means, but I agree with you. Ladowdy, thank you for the $10. Very kind of you. 373 of the 1,200 killed were occupation forces, legitimate targets, lower civilian casualty rate than the IDF. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, for sure. Literally everything of which Hamas could be accused, the IDF has done significantly worse at an institutional level with more ability to do better. Yeah, 100%. Okay, I gotta fucking go, guys. I love you all very much. I did it. I did the donos because I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy who does donos. I'm gonna send you over to Riverboat Jack.